I don't know. I don't think there's any utility to an argument coming soon to be bifurcating these concepts into left and right brain. Again, I'm not being charitable. Fine. But like the only reason you'd want to do this dissertation on left, right brain is to discount people's opinions that disagree with you because they fall into one of these categories. But by saying, oh, you're imbalanced, so your opinion is invalid. So I'm not getting anything out of this. This is all nonsense to me. It's not. I'm
still looking for the number one satanic principle being survival. When I find it, I'll let you know.
Good thing we have 8 hours to go, probably. So,
yeah.
This worldview will eventually lead to a society of blind order followers and willing slaves who accept their conditions as their lot in life. So, hallmarks of deterministic worldview. God controls every event in creation. Nothing happens at random. There is no free will. So you can never throw anything a curveball through free will. Every event is preordained. Okay? And religionists believe in this. See, I like to say, my presentation is going to piss everybody off. And that's what it...
You have free will, but every event is preordained. One of these things cannot coexist with the other.
One of these things just don't belong.
Because if you're in one of these forms of belief systems, it represents one form of imbalance or another. So people who believe in government and science are in that left brain imbalance. They're going to get pissed off that I'm talking about that form of imbalance. And then the people who are in religion and the New Age movement, they're in that right form of imbalance, so they're going to get pissed off at that. Good. Let them all be pissed off.
We're pissed off at both.
The truth will piss you off, and then it will set you free.
Yeah. Left and right imbalance is confirmed. So it's like a pontoon boat. Just, it's all balanced way out on the... There's nothing in the middle.
If you accept it. So, you know, all occurrences are preordained. Free will is an illusion. No, you know who just said this in his latest book? Stephen Hawking, who you would think is the most left-brain person that you could think, worships at the altar of scientism, believes the universe is a grand accident, okay, and a mechanized machine, okay? It's like this comes full circle.
Wait, didn't he just say it's all preordained?
You fuckhead. That is the stupidest thing you interpreted there.
It feeds off of each other like a feedback loop, these forms of imbalance. He went so far through left brain imbalance, he's so in the left brain, that he actually developed the hallmark of right brain imbalance, which is that there's no such thing as free will.
What are you even talking about now?
Since it's all a mechanized machine and there's no consciousness, there can actually be no choice. We are actually robots controlled by matter. Hawking believes this. He actually wrote this in his book. He said free will is as dead as God. Okay? And millions of people buy this moron's books, and I'll call him a moron right to his face. There's not a drop of intelligence in that man, and people think he's one of the most intelligent people in the world. You might be one of the most overly intellectual people in the world, but you have no wisdom at all. Zero, if that's how you think. And again, put him in front of me and I'll tell it to him to his face. Okay? Because these people actually believe he's smart.
Yeah.
That person isn't smart. He's dumb. He's intellectual, but that doesn't make you intelligent. Okay? He has no part of the big picture.
Not an argument.
None. Just because you can theorize something and visualize it and calculate it mathematically does not make you an intelligent person. That means you're great at using the intellect. You're great at mathematics. You're great at linear and logical thinking. That does not make you wise. All right? So, you know, this, to continue
Wisdom
with
and intelligence are equivalent now.
Imbalanced worldview.
Yep. Somebody holds the position that if you're intelligent, you're wise, and he just debunked the hell out of you. So, whoever that was. So whoever that was owned.
So here we go. So this is real quick. The 9 satanic statements. You want to know what number 1 is? I bet you think it's survival, right? That's what he said. Survival is number 1 tenet of Satanism, right? No, it's Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. Well, we'll try that. Maybe it's in the 11 satanic rules of the earth. Are you ready? Guess what's number 1 is? You think it's survival, right? Do not give opinions or advice unless you're asked.
Oh.
Well, maybe there's something in the 9 satanic sins, right? Maybe. Number 1 is stupidity. Oh. So I guess survival isn't numero uno?
Yeah. For the person linking Mark Passio's Science of Natural Law documentary, I have just linked my commentary of that documentary. Enjoy.
You are welcome.
Since God controls everything in creation, nothing is possible to change. Human beings are powerless to create.
Now we're just going to watch Jim for a while.
Everything is being made to be this way by God. This is what religionists and right-brain imbalanced people think. So therefore, why take any action? Action is ultimately meaningless. A big hallmark of the New Age community, because it's a religion. You know, the Course in Miracles. Oh, we just need to accept everything the way that it is, right, folks? Doesn't make a difference if evil is running amok in our midst. No, accept it all. Don't try to change a damn thing. Take no action, just observe. And see how far deeper that gets you into bondage. Because that's the best way to get real deeper into chains. Okay? So these are all hallmarks of religious extremism and what I call simply slave think, because that's what it is. Let's not euphemize anything. Let's call them what it really is. This is master think, that's slave think. And if you want a world that continues to propagate slavery, you'll stay in one of those forms of brain imbalance. And this right brain imbalance, in addition to religious extremism and slave think, is the hallmark of the New Age movement and their followers, their religious followers. Now, there's a balance that is struck between these, okay? And that's what everything really is ultimately about, creating a balance. Because there are components to these two worldviews that if they come together, it shows us what the truth is. And here it is right in the middle here. There is a deterministic component to reality. And there is a random component to reality, existing in cooperation with each other, in conjunction with each other. The deterministic component is what I'm talking about here today and referring to under the banner of natural law. That is determined.
So for the people following along in the Google Doc Notes document, you will have probably noticed that about 20 minutes ago I pasted in a line that said free will is based on randomness. This is from my earlier notes from the last time I watched this, for any of you that were questioning if I have done my homework and studied Passio before trying to communicate. He's about to make the case that the free will part, well, we get that from randomness, but the rest of it, that's deterministic. And I'll tell you why that's wrong in a minute.
It is law. It is set. You're not changing it. It works that way flawlessly 100% of the time. That's determined. Natural law is determined. Okay? It's the deterministic component to reality. Then there is a randomness component to reality that works continuously in conjunction with natural law.
Free will is
and
an illusion.
This is a little thing called free will. Our ability to choose our behaviors, to do certain things and to not choose to do certain things. And we have it. Every individual has it, no matter what position, no matter what situation they're in. I don't care what.
So this is the randomness argument for the existence of free will, which is wrong, because if free will is based on randomness, then your decisions will necessarily be random. But if you're purposefully making decisions based on cost benefits and things like that, that is not random. So whatever free will is, it is not random.
One way I like to
say, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, one way I like to talk about this is, even if you think it's random, like let's say you think there's a random number generator in your brain that just is constantly scrolling through numbers, right? And if you went back in time, would that random number generator land on the same number or not? If no, then free will, we could reasonably say exists, and it's something outside of reality and time and space, and it is completely random in every sense of the word. And if yes, then it's out of our control, but it's still deterministic because the number generator was going to land on that number at that specific moment in time. I can't fathom a universe where what he's saying is valid or true.
If it's a random number generator, then the decisions are necessarily randomized, and our decisions are clearly not randomized. That's my point. Like there are many attempts at justifying the existence of free will, randomness is one of the poorest quality justifications for free will.
Yeah. So like, I used to be a free willer guy, and then I started listening to people like Stefan Kinsella, which I highly recommend you check him out, especially if you're a libertarian. He's probably one of the only Austrian libertarian thinkers who I usually agree with more often than not, even though we disagree on some pretty big things. But one of the things he was talking about was determinism, and I was listening to his case, and he made a pretty solid case, is that the universe kind of functions on 4 fundamental laws of the universe, right? There's gravity, non-gravity, electromagnetism, that so on. So even the brain, we understand how the brain works. It's basically electrons firing through neurons in your brain, right? And at the end of the day, like, your brain is going to be structured in such a way that you're going to be presented with a choice between, do I want chicken or beef tonight for dinner? Well, I want chicken. Well, is it because you wanted chicken that you're an agent that exists out of the fundamental forces of the universe, and you made a choice? There's now a 5th one that we have to account for? Or is it just that those neurological things were going to shoot through those neurons at that particular moment, and in such a way that you would make that choice? The universe is very deterministic. The choices that you're making are basically neurons firing through your brain in a certain way, in a circuit board fashion almost, right? Biologically circuit board. That's going to fire in that particular way at that particular moment, given the circumstances that it wants, right?
Well, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so like Occam's razor would push you towards an explanation that says your brain functions like everything else in the universe that we observe to function deterministically. Yeah. And so the burden of proof would, likely need to be on the person saying it didn't function like that to prove it. And I haven't seen sufficient evidence by a long shot to prove otherwise, as much as I really, really want it to be true that free will exists. And believe me, I do. I have not seen sufficient evidence of it. We need to get a brain imbalance doctor in chat, because Sean is just like way off the right side, way right brain imbalanced. He's just, whoo, we need help. Somebody call a balance doctor.
Yeah, he's getting hit in the feels right now.
Yep, all in those feels. That's right brain. That's a sign of extreme right brain imbalance, which will lead to things like determinism. So checkmate.
Slave mindset. I don't care who you've listened to up to this point. I don't care what background you come from. I don't care what economic class you come from. Every single solitary being that is capable of thinking at all is gifted with free will.
Yeah. So someone in the chat did say that determinism is unfalsifiable. No, there is a way to falsify it. Show us the guiding principle in the universe that shows us that people have agency outside of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe.
Please, no, really, please.
That's it.
I really, really want to be shown an alternative. Please.
Yeah.
You have free will to choose your behaviors, and so does every other human being. Everyone. Okay? It's a gift of creation itself. Okay, we can choose what we will do and not do. Nobody can actually make anybody do something like a robot. Oh, believe me, there's people who are trying, like Art talked about, Jose Delgado. Was searching for means to electronically, directly control through chip implants and stimulus through chip implants in the brain, human behavior, like a robot, to put a technology into the brain to control the behavior of the individual. And that went on right here. This is where that took place, folks, right on Yale's campus. Okay?
By the way, isn't Elon Musk doing that right now?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go, Neuralink.
You think what I'm telling you is somewhat disturbing? Read some of Delgado's material. He was telling people, we're going to show you that free will doesn't exist. We're going to show you there's no such thing as rights, that we make up what rights are. The ruling class makes up what a right and a wrong is. We tell you what it is, and you have no choice. And he was telling you, we're going to show you you have no rights, that you're our slaves. Yeah, read some of his material. And an excellent book, Art recommended too, Jim Keith, Mass Control, The Engineering of Human Consciousness. If you haven't read that book, get it and read it. And that's just an introduction. And many people think he was murdered over it.
Inactive Titan, thanks for the $5. He says, oh yeah, disprove mind-body dualism. Maybe in another stream. We've got a long way to go today.
You know, so, truth lies in the middle of these worldviews. There's a deterministic component called natural law. There's a random component called free will, our ability to choose our behavior freely. So let's look at this debate that's been going on since time immemorial of human nature versus human nurture. And again,
oh no,
I'm getting ready to piss everybody off, okay?
Oh boy.
This debate's been going on forever. Which is it? What's human nature really look like? What's its essence? Is it angelic or demonic? Okay?
Both, neither.
I would say it's neither.
Yeah.
It's neither one of these things. It's not both, it's neither. So nobody wins here, you know, who falls on one side or the other. And it's a very difficult thing for people to accept as well. Because when we ask the question, what is the nature of a human being? It's a very similar question to asking, what is the nature of this computer up on this platform? What is the nature of that projector? What is the nature of those cameras? Well, can I actually say what the nature of these things is? It's a computer. Its nature is to compute information. What is the nature of that projector? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it angelic? Is it demonic? Is that projector demonic? No. It's
these natures he's talking about are just prescriptions that he's placing on these objects. There's nothing inherent about a computer. It will just sit there being very much like a rock until you turn it on and put it to use for something.
Nature is that it projects imagery. What is the nature of these cameras? They capture imagery. That's all. So what's the nature of a human being? The nature of a human being is that it takes in information, it processes it, and then...
I've had a couple of requests to play this at a faster speed. I am not going to do that because I don't want any... I mean, not that this is stopping the fallacious, absurd reasons why we just can't understand or won't understand or blah, blah, blah. Like, people are going to say whatever they're going to say, but we're going to listen to this thing at 1x all the way through because we're doing this for real. We're taking it seriously. We're going to watch this thing. We're going to do it. I don't want any accusations of skipping content or speeding through things so fast that we didn't have a chance to understand. No, we're going to watch this as he intended it to be presented.
And it outputs it.
Well, here's what you can do. You can rewind it about an hour back and then hit it 1.5, and then you can listen to it in full faster speed.
There you go. Oh yeah, on the YouTube video, you can do that. Yeah.
See, that's very much like a computer. I'm not saying that it is a computer. I'm saying it's like one. Okay? So human nature is neither inherently good nor inherently evil, as many people think fall on one side of this argument or the other. Instead, we should consider the operating conditions or the environment in which human beings exist, which influences behavior to a great extent, thus creating the current human condition. That's why it's called the human condition. It's not called, the situation we're in is called the human condition. It's not called the human nature, okay? It's called the human condition. There's a reason it's called a condition. For any condition to be in place, well, hey, what condition is my computer in right now? What condition is my projector in? What position is Richard's cameras in? They're in operating conditions. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing because they've been kept up in good condition. Okay, in the example of my computer, it has a working operating system without malware on it. Okay, it has software that does the job, that does what I'm asking it to do properly without bugs. Okay, those are the conditions. The operating conditions will determine how does it perform. What kind of output can it put out into the world? All right. So, again, what I'm saying here.
Wow, we're catching a lot of people squarely in the chode of the feels in chat right now. So yeah. I want to take another moment to explain a few things. We're playing sounds and stupid videos because otherwise this would be a 15-hour extremely dry video of me sitting here quietly listening to Passio and then offering rebuttals. And for people to want to get through this content, we're trying to make it a little more entertaining. So we have a guy in a suit and we're playing memes. The ratio of insults that I've put towards Passio to the insults that I've received in chat is infinite. It's 0 to about 200. Okay? I am being extremely respectful, taking his ideas extremely respectfully, while trying to make the stream at least a little entertaining. If you find that biased or off-putting, maybe you have a right brain imbalance that you need to work on. Put a little bit more on the left side, and maybe you can get out of your feels, get a little bit thicker skin, and hang here with the philosophers that are trying to put in some work.
By the way, it's also important that they are saying that we are wrong because we're stupid, that I'm wrong because I'm wearing a Buc-ee's onesie, which, by the way, that only means I'm more right. I don't know what you're talking about. All this other stuff. It's always, you're wrong because you're dumb. You're wrong because you don't believe in free will. You're dumb, and that's why you don't believe in free will, rather. But what was the first thing that he was covering in his lecture? When the first thing that he was talking about? That logical and fallacies are invalid forms of rationalization. Well, see, maybe it's not that it's invalid. It's that it's valid unless you disagree, unless you agree with me.
Another thing that I keep getting specifically from one person that's just gone from being friendly to just downright insulting for nothing more than me challenging his ideas, which is telling. It's what happens when I talk to religious people, is that we've got some kind of ego about this. We're doing a 12-hour stream. Imagine the ego required to do a stream like this. If I had done the opposite, if I had taken Passio's work and chopped it up into little bits to make it into a digestible 15-minute video, imagine the ego of Patrick taking Passio out of context and rebutting him, you know, just so flippantly. Like, this is a no-win situation. Y'all are jokes. Come at me with arguments. These insults are silly. Come on now. Moving on.
Is that
having to get a vax is not a logical fallacy.
When he said had, he meant to keep his job. Everyone here except the people engaging disingenuously knew that. I knew what he meant by the word had. Yeah. We're all sitting here trying to be pretty charitable to these arguments. The uncharitable ones are in chat. Guys, come on, you can do better. Do better. Have your ideas challenged. I am.
Like computers.
Some of you guys are cool, though.
Not that they are.
What'd you say?
I said some of the guys in chat are cool, though. You guys keep being
They
cool.
are.
Yeah. Spread that good vibes.
Computers. Let me just state that emphatically. We're not computers. We're like computers. Okay? We are programmable. That's the nature of a human being. How many people have ever heard anybody say that the nature of a human being is that a human being is programmable? To my knowledge, I'm the only person or researcher that is calling that human nature. Our nature is that we can be programmed. And there's another thing. That's another thing people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear this because they liken it to a mechanized machine. And I'm not saying, again, to emphasize, I'm not saying we are computers. I'm saying we're like them in the ways that we can be programmed.
The job is the foul.
So what gets put into a person through the environment, which is called the culture, all right, and becomes their programming, determines what they will output onto the screen, which is called human life. And that will create the human condition in the aggregate as more and more people operate that way. All right, so let's look at how this works. Human beings are programmable much like computers. Like a computer, if a human being has a bad file system format, that's the first thing you do when you're going to get ready to use a computer. You have to format the drive. How many people here are somewhat techie? Not many. Okay, about a quarter to a third. All right, so some people will know what I'm talking about here. For the others, excuse the jargon for a moment. All right, I'll explain what it is. A file system format is you got to format the hard drive so you can prepare it for a specific operating system, which is basically the task controllers. It's going to control what happens on the computer, how programs get launched, how memory is used, etc. in a nutshell. All right, I do this for a living, so I know all the technical stuff. So I'll try to keep it simple. So if the human being has a bad file system format, right? This is akin to the operating conditions during a child's formative years, the first 6 years of their life, essentially. Now, think about it. We call this their formative years, their formative years, like a format on a hard drive, because this is what puts the file system into the human being, that prepares it for its operating system. Okay? So, largely, what programs the child at this stage is the parents and what they will see in their immediate environment and home and during their very early years in, quote, schooling. All right? Now, if, like a computer, if a human being also has a bad operating system, now this is like Mac OS, Windows, Linux, etc. Android, iOS, these are operating systems. Again, they are basically providing a platform that other programs will run in, and they're providing a graphical user interface. This is your culture. The operating system is the culture in which the programs run, okay? So let's say if you have a bad operating system, meaning you're already surrounded in a bad environment, in a bad culture, right? That's also going to negatively impact the output. And then they have...
Imagine the ego of Justin to think that we're going to interrupt a stream where we're debating the originator of a conception of natural law to stop and debate him on whether or not we have an agenda. Imagine the ego. Imagine the ego!
It's software programs.
Honestly, I do have an agenda. My agenda is to smash the state.
Yes!
That's my agenda.
Yes! And like I said in the intro, like we can agree on the conclusions for the most part. This show is for the nerds, the philosophers that want to understand the fundamentals of this stuff. If that's not you, then that's fine. Move on.
Programs that you run. Now, if I didn't have a good presentation piece of software, my presentation might come out sloppy. It might crash in the middle of it. It might not display the graphics or the text properly. Okay? So you got to make sure you're working with good, reliable software as well. Now, what the software is the belief systems, what the person has taken into the mind and is processed and made part of themselves. And now, if all of those things are bad, we have three bad components. The format is bad, the file system format, which is the formative years of the child. Okay? The culture is bad, meaning they're already growing up in a bad culture or in a culture that condones moral relativism, etc., and doesn't understand natural law. And the software programs that have been input into the child are bad, meaning their belief systems, okay?
This is an anti-free will argument on the board right now.
What do you think the output of that, quote, computer is going to be like? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be chaotic? If I screw up my system's hard drive format, if I put an operating system that is like at alpha state and it's not ready for prime time because the development's not finished, it's half-baked, okay? And then I load crappy software that's full of bugs and the developers didn't really care about programming them correctly. Do you think that computer is going to operate properly and give me the output on the screen I'm looking for, or output on the printout I'm looking for, or output on the internet that I'm looking for? Good luck. If you know a little bit about computers, you're laughing now because it would be ridiculous.
What?
He's telling us to install Temple OS.
Oh, have you guys seen that? That's a crazy OS. It's a crazy OS. No, but I mean, no. Seriously though, this is anti-free will. Like he says, if you put garbage in and you have culture and formative years and behavior, what do you think you're going to get? Well, you're going to get bad outcomes. Good luck changing that. Well, if free will existed, you'd be able to make choices no matter. In spite of all of those things,
to assume that it could.
I mean, I doubt that it may be true, but I doubt that he grew up in a anarcho-capitalist household. I doubt that he was homeschooled in these kinds of philosophies, and I doubt that he watched TV in his formative years. That was on YouTube in the anarcho-capitalist sphere. Doubt. I bet he watched Disney like the rest of us. He probably went to public school like the rest of us, or even private schools can be bad too. He probably went to one of those. Probably grew up in a household, by parents who were, waving flags for, I don't know what year was he born? Probably Reagan, Reagan or Mondale or somewhere. So. Doubt. He somehow overcame it. I somehow overcame it. My parents were swing voters, but either way, went to public school.
Yeah. And now I'm getting criticized for complimenting Passio on being the originator of a conception of natural law. Like, man, these are contrary MFers in here. I can't even pay the guy a compliment.
Are they saying that you're claiming that he's not?
No, they're correcting me when I say that he was.
Okay. So you didn't say that, but they're assuming that you did, and that's why you're wrong.
I said that we're critiquing the originator of a conception of natural law or something to that effect, and
a version of it. Yeah.
There are many flavors of natural law. Please don't assume that there's just one faith.
There's Rand.
Why do we
there's
think
Rothbard.
Yes, and Rothbard is probably next on my list, actually.
Have that in our environment when all of these things are badly programmed. See, the output onto the screen is also going to be horrible if all those three things, that determine how the system works are also bad. So it will contribute to deteriorating conditions on a mass scale. Like a computer, the behavior of a human being largely depends upon its programming. And its programming is the quality of the information that is being input into it. The quality of the information it's taking in. The quality of the information it's taking in is going to determine the quality of the information it's outputting, like any other computer. So if garbage goes in, surprise, garbage is going to come out. If good information goes in, quality will come out. And the output will be as one wants it to be. It will be able to process and create efficiently, effectively, not chaotically.
I know people who have Linux installed, use GIMP, and they make terrible pictures and memes out of those programs.
Diagram. Again, if people understand it, they really get how natural law functions. And again, it's very unpopular. People don't want to look at what the bottom base foundation or platform of this structure is. Because once again, this idea that knowledge is what's required makes many people upset because they want to believe they're going to achieve these things they say they want without doing the work to acquire that knowledge and therefore understand the requirements for obtaining those conditions. So we start with available information. And when people look at what I'm going to describe here, they will recognize it as something. And I'll hold what that is for a moment. Available information is what you're starting with. This constitutes potential knowledge. And it can become knowledge if it's taken in, if it's amassed, if it's aggregated. Okay? It can be gathered, it can be processed, it can be understood, and then it can be acted upon. You could call this the grammar stage of this three-part process I'm going to explain. Okay? You could also refer to this as the input stage. If we're looking at it in a computer model, this is the stage of inputting information or programming something. Okay? Now, the next step that's built upon this is once you've taken information in, necessary information, you then come to a position of understanding it. You know what it means. You recognize the patterns. All right? So this is the second step in this process. Now, your understanding or lack of understanding, okay? Now, in the first stage, your knowledge or lack of knowledge is going to lead to understanding or lack of understanding. If you have understanding present, your decision-making processes are going to be in harmony with what you say you want, okay? You're going to understand, here's what I want, this is what's necessary to get that, to make that happen, to manifest it. That's understanding. It's a decision-making process that happens within the mind. These processes take place in the human mind and are chosen by each individual based upon available information. So again, you can see if information is held back, if it is occulted, or even if it's just people are dissuaded from taking it in. Because people will say, no, there's nothing there, there's nothing
That was to the comments, right? Not towards Passio.
They'll never get to this step. They'll never understand. They'll never get to the second level of creating our reality. All right? Effectively, efficiently. The third stage to this process is what you do with what you have come to understand, to know and understand. So this is the action stage, okay? Each individual's behavior, the behaviors that they choose through their own free will, is based upon the quality of their decision-making processes that are happening within the human mind, okay? That process, as we've already seen, is in return based upon the quality of available information. So this is behavior.
Thank you, Inactive.
See, people don't think of wisdom as behavior. They don't think of wisdom as action. They think of it as something
because you don't have video evidence of me being a racist unicorn.
I'm not familiar with whatever that was from, but I know the voice.
I love it out of context.
Okay.
No chain killing.
I wanted to bring up
That's
something
what the
real
lie
quick.
reference was.
Oh, maybe you guys could clarify this for me. So has he said anything up to this point? Because he's making a claim now that wisdom is essentially like the product. Well, no, wisdom is analogous to the character, the quality of character of an individual. But has he said anything yet to identify what is this good quality or bad quality of character? No, but from my notes from in the future, I did have a note that says wisdom is not knowledge or understanding, it is action. It is applied knowledge and understanding, which is, again, a new definition of wisdom, but okay.
Wasn't earlier on, didn't he say something to the effect that that knowledge isn't, or that the things that you learn in life aren't really necessarily like worth it or something? There was something along those lines. Maybe I need to go back through the notes, but I remember him saying something along those lines that, you know, things that you experience are completely irrelevant to what's true. And isn't wisdom basically kind of like learned experience?
Well, perhaps not the way he's using it, but yes.
Yeah, he's definitely using it in a non-standard way. Yeah, I think he's using it more as almost a verb, but I think we're getting to that. Okay.
No, because someone could be wise, but not have really good knowledge. You know, my grandma was wise, but, you know, she was kind of a normie about a lot of things. So may she rest in peace.
Yeah, the traditional definition of wisdom is definitely not what we're talking about here right now.
Oh, wrong. Wisdom is not knowledge or
that needs to be on the soundboard.
Yeah.
No, wrong.
Understanding. Wisdom is action. Let me say this again. Wisdom is action. It is knowledge and understanding that has been applied. Application. That's the program that you're going to run on the computer that you've put an operating system on and formatted properly. The application is the action. When you're working in a computer doing things, you're working in an application. You're not building the things you're building with the operating system. The operating system is what's supporting the program that allows you to be creative. Okay? And in return, the file format supports the operating system. So, we start with available knowledge. That can be converted in available information, which can be converted into knowledge, which can then, through decision-making processes and filtering of that information to eliminate inconsistencies, can lead to an understanding.
I'm the only one wearing a costume, sorry.
In continuation, the understanding can then lead through our
rage fiesta in the chat
processes to be converted into behavior, into action in the world. That, when it's done properly, it's wisdom. When it's done with morality.
You know, I thought we were going to need like memes and jokes and shit to make this entertaining for 12 hours, but this chat's pretty good. That's keeping me interested.
And ethics in mind, it's wisdom. When it's done without that, it's folly. Okay? And it leads to more and more chaos. So, based upon these three processes, something is generated. Something is created in the physical manifestation, physically manifested reality, the real world, so to speak. So, the manifested reality is based upon the aggregate behavior. aggregate behavior.
Right.
No,
we're getting to something that is clutch for, I think, his eventual argument. Just so you know, the aggregate quality of human behavior.
One person is creating the reality we are experiencing. Okay, it's another fallacy of the New Age movement and thinking. In the aggregate, we are creating our shared reality. All the behaviors put together creates the output on the screen, or the generated result. Is it orderly? Is it chaotic? Well, that's going to be based upon whether someone took in the information, processed it efficiently to come to an understanding, and then acted upon it. The manifested reality is the quality of the condition which manifests in any given society based upon the aggregate quality of human behavior within that society. This is how our reality is actually created. The conditions that we experience as the daily events of our life. It's a simple three-stage process that leads to a result. And for many people here, you will recognize, if you've looked into this discovery process and this creative process, is known as the trivium. This is what the trivium is. Okay? In the ancient traditions, this is what the trivium was labeled. It was labeled knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. In the later aspects, when they passed out of mystery school tradition hands and went into some other think tank and society hands, the knowledge of the trivium was termed grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Grammar being the knowledge stage of aggregating available information, logic being the understanding stage of making using processes to analyze and filter said information and come to an understanding of it. And then the rhetoric stage was the application, the action, taking action based upon what you've come to understand. Now, there's a third way of looking at the trivium in computer jargon, and that is input, processing, and output. And then you get the result on the screen, which is called life. All right? Any way you want to look at the trivium, I don't care. But understand it, know how it works. Okay? Because this is why a big part of why we're in the situation that we're in is that the trivium methodology of truth discovery has been completely obliterated from public consciousness. Completely obliterated. And I ask people how many people have even ever heard the word trivium. Raise your hand if you've heard the word. So a good portion of the people here have. Many people have never heard the word. And if you do a Google search on it, most people are going to get back the band, the metal band, the trivium, which is not a bad band, but, you know, but the whole point here is the results that are going to come back through Google or Bing or Yahoo or whatever are going to give you a metal band, a heavy metal band, instead of the trivium method of learning, the classical liberal arts education methodology. Because they want to try to sanitize that as much from human consumption as possible. They don't even want you to understand how that works at all. And that's why it's been removed from public schooling. And that's why, as long as this society stays the way it is, it'll never be put back into public schooling. You know, I tell people a little anecdote. When I was in high school, and thank God I went to the high school I did, because they really hammered Latin and Greek into you. You were going to know your Latin and Greek when you came out of my high school, okay? For whatever other indoctrination they put into you, that's a different story. But I'll tell you what, you came out of there knowing your ancient languages. You know, it was still part of the curriculum when I was in high school.
That's important. Balancing your checkbook, again, not important.
I think I came out better out of there because of simply the linguistics knowledge that I gained from it. And we read Gaius Julius Caesar's war journals in their original Latin and translated them. And in one of them, he's talking about, he's absolutely lambasting one of his centurions. Okay, they're on a campaign in Gaul, which is France now. And Caesar is...
I think the point may have been lost in the mix of this other stuff he's talking about, but I kind of want to highlight something in my own words. What one of his points in there was that harmful behavior in the aggregate results in less successful societies. Just wanted to highlight that as one of the points involved here.
battlefield location, and the slaves would have to do all that manual labor. And
I would even say it's one of the premises of the argument that we're hopefully going to get to one day.
he sees one of
Also,
the actual Centurion leaders.
4 hours, 45 minutes in, for the record, we have not heard an argument yet. We're still in assertions of definitions.
In this journal, he says, I caught one of my Centurions, you know, teaching the trivium, and freaks out on him. How dare you teach a slave our method of learning? Soon they won't want to be a slave anymore. There'd be an uprising if they knew what we knew, if they knew our truth discovery methodology. He said, I forget how it really ended, but I think how it ended was he told this centurion, if I ever catch you doing this again, I will personally cast you into the wilderness of Gaul and let the Gaulians deal with you, who knew that the Roman Empire was trying to conquer their people at that point, which is basically saying it would be a death sentence, but I won't even carry it out. I'll let our enemy carry it out on you. That's how much he didn't want their slaves to understand their methodology for learning. And that's the trivium. And that's why most people have never heard the word. So you got to look into it and understand how it works. That's all I can say about it. It is how we build our reality, either efficiently or destructively. So let's look at some of the principles of natural law. Now,
so when we were memeing it up and cutting it up and laughing and joking, we were being disingenuous and just disrespecting Passio's work. And now that we've been quiet and we've been paying attention and listening solemnly, respectfully, oh, we're just stealing Passio's work and restreaming it. There is no win here, guys. No. The only answer is that we're assholes, okay?
Oh, and if we do make an argument, we're stupid and wearing costumes.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Extended seminar, which goes over a 6-week class of lessons. I get into these principles.
Passio's followers do not do Passio justice. I just want to point that out. Passio's doing a lot better job on this presentation than this chat is. Holy shit! Deeply
in an extended form. We're not going to do that today because time doesn't allow. I'm going to briefly touch on each one. Okay, the word principles. Let's define it. Principle comes from the Latin noun principia. Principia means first, foremost, leading, chief, or most necessary. It is that which matters most. It is the first things that must be understood before anything else can be understood. Principles have to come first. And this is the problem. Our society does not put principles first. It puts trivialities first, and we're no longer a society that even cares about principles or first things. So first things first. First things or principles have to come first. So let's look at what the principles that underlie natural law. These are the things that are most important. That's what principles should mean to people. If we ask people to define what a principle is, first thing they should say, that's the most important thing. The most important thing in my life. Now, when in the natural law seminar, we did a homework assignment, we asked people what the most important thing was to them. Very few responded with principles. Most people responded with saying that people or the family was the #1 response. The familial connection
I like his bit on this.
More important to them than principles. Now, when people hear me say that that's backwards, they'll say, how cold are you? That's so cold, okay? What I'm telling you is that the familial connection, no matter what it is, between a mother and a son, a mother and a daughter, a father and a son, father and a daughter, husband and wife, doesn't matter as much as principles. I'm not telling you they don't matter at all. I'm telling you, you have to put principles first. Otherwise, those relationships are just meaningless. They don't really have any real value unless they're based upon principles first, which is why so many relationships are dysfunctional. Principles have to come first before you can even build a solid relationship with another human being. So, let's look at what some of the principles of how natural laws work first before we can actually find out what the expressions of these laws are.
Is it time?
Lives, which will be the next section.
Is it time for an argument? Oh.
These are what I call the general principles of natural law. Natural law is expressed through 7 basic underlying principles.
Oh, 7.
Plus what I have referred to as an eighth or hidden principle, which you hear very few other researchers, even
the
people
One Ring.
who are studying
the eighth
this
is
from
the
the
One Ring. It binds the other
who are
together.
studying this from the consequentialism perspective, you very hear them incorporate the eighth, an all-encompassing principle, which I'll get to last here. This eighth principle, which I call the lost principle, binds all the other 7 principles together. All right? These principles together constitute a master key through which universal wisdom, including the knowledge of the requirements to obtaining what we desire, is then unveiled or de-occulted. When people ask me, well, what do you consider yourself in your performance of presenting what you present? I tell them, I consider myself a de-occultist. I'm no longer an occultist. I'm a de-occultist. I'm attempting to take this information out of hiding. It's been hidden. The hiding of it is destroying the fabric of our society and putting us into bondage. It needs to come out and be non-hidden. It needs to be unveiled and shared widely and freely with anybody who's capable of accepting it and comprehending it now. Because we're not in a position where we could wait longer. We're at the precipice. Okay? There is a moral obligation to bring this information to the public now. Okay? So I consider myself a de-occultist.
Okay.
One who takes things out of hiding and presents them openly.
Somebody needs to review his presentations for him and
general
condense them.
Principles of natural law. Many people who have studied some variants of occultism may recognize these as what are known as the Hermetic Principles. Hermetic essentially comes from Hermes. Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great one, as he was referred to in the ancient...
You want me to write them down, or you got it? I'll write them down, or you can, either way.
Greek mystery traditions. Okay?
Hermes
he was
Limbo King.
Considered a messenger of the gods. He brought the wisdom of the gods down to humanity. Okay? In the ancient Egyptian and Cometian traditions, he was the scribe of the gods known as Thoth. All right? He has other incarnations as well. But the Hermetic tradition is named such because it's hermetically sealed, like natural law is. Natural law is hermetically sealed. It is binding principles that are immutable. They are laws that are in operation that cannot be changed. Hence, they are hermetically sealed. So, these 7 general principles, they are mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, which is a huge one, which we'll be getting into, and gender. So I'm going to briefly describe what each of these are and what they are about. The principle of mentalism states that the all, everything in creation, is actually a manifestation of mind. The all is mind. Okay? What this means is everything that happens has to be a result of a mental state which preceded it. Everything. For anything to exist, thoughts had to form first, and then they formed the physical reality after. The universe itself is a mental construct of the...
This assertion requires evidence. Hopefully he will provide some.
Creator. Thoughts lead to the manifestation of things and events. Thoughts create conditions. Thoughts create things and conditions. They cannot just magically manifest themselves. Thought comes first. Thoughts create our state of existence and the quality of our experience here on earth, ultimately. Therefore, be responsible for everything. We should be responsible for everything that we create by being responsible for that which we think. Because the thought processes are what are driving the behaviors. People behave the way they do because they have certain belief systems embedded in the mind and running like a program. Their thoughts and their emotions are driving their actions. So the behavior is not magically suddenly going to just change. The thoughts and emotions have to change because they're the driving force behind the behavior. That's when reality will change. See, people don't want to hear that, once again. They don't want to hear, if you want to change reality, you, yourself, have to change the way you think, because the way you think is not conducive to the requirements for getting what you say you want. They're doing the exact opposite of that in many cases. So that's the principle of mentalism. The principle of correspondence states that that which is above is similar.
I want to correct something in the comments. Mitch says he literally said that our perception doesn't matter. Now he's saying it does. He's talking on two different ends. So he's saying that our perceptions and our thoughts can affect our behavior, and our behavior will be judged by or controlled by or governed by this immutable universal natural law. So he's saying that we choose our behavior and natural law chooses what happens because of that behavior. So I don't think there's a contradiction there. I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying that I think that's his argument. What'd you say, Jim?
Well, Mitch is a critic of natural law. He was really pushing me to get that book, actually.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, once I was saying I was going to get it, he was like, get it, read it. Would you read it yet? Did you read it yet? So.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Or like to that which is below. So what this means is that which...
Aaron, I was refuting a comment that Mitch made, that I think he just was a misunderstanding of what Passio was trying to say. I just wanted to clarify that to be charitable to Passio here. He's saying that our thoughts do affect our behavior, our perceptions do affect our behavior, and it's our knowledge of how natural law works that will help us align our behavior more with this objective thing called natural law, which will provide better outcomes, I think is the best representation of his argument that we haven't heard yet. Do you guys disagree, agree? What do you think?
I think it's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
Is below, and that which is below is like to that which is above. It's a mirror, okay? The above is like the below is like the above, all right? The above, in this case, is the macrocosm, okay? The laws of the very large things, okay? The laws that govern the creation, which we consider is seemingly outside of ourselves. We know at the deepest level that it's not, that we're one with it, but you know, we perceive this as out here, the laws that govern the large aspects of things. So the macrocosm, or the very large, the totality of everything, and the microcosm, which is the very small, or the individuated units that comprise the whole in their aggregate, okay? They are reflections of each other. They cannot be separated from each other. As one goes, the other goes. The universe is actually a holographic system. Okay?
Oh boy.
It's a hologram is an image, okay? You pass a laser through it, and it then projects a 3D image, okay? It's like a flat image, and it projects a three-dimensional image. But the aspect, why they call it a holo, like holistic, hologram, holistic image, is if you break a hologram into multiple components by cutting it. So if I take a hologram and I cut it in 4 pieces, you don't have a quarter of the image on one part of the hologram and a quarter on the other, and a quarter on the third, and a quarter on the fourth. You have 4 whole images that only lose their resolution by a quarter, okay? So everything is contained in all the smaller parts, okay? That's like the reality that we're living in.
No.
Our universe is a holographic one.
No.
So the universe is inside the individual. And the entire universe is like an individual.
Quantum mechanics functions completely differently from Newtonian physics. Like, it's not a hologram. This is nonsense.
They're reflections of each other. To know the workings of the individual will help lead us to an understanding of the macrocosmic laws. Similarly, to learn the macrocosmic laws will help us to learn the way that consciousness within the individual functions. These two things cannot be separated from each other. And once again, as I said near the beginning, that's what occulted knowledge is. The knowledge of the occult is how the microcosmic world works, which is the individuated consciousness, and how the macrocosmic world works, which is natural law. So the other part of the principle of correspondence is that our reality is also fractal in nature. Now, if you studied fractals, these are self-similar mathematical generated patterns. Okay, we see this through things like Fibonacci sequence in mathematics, and this is repeated endlessly throughout nature. Okay, so you look at
it's not self-similar. What?
Hey, bro, have you seen pi?
Yeah, it's not self-similar across all scales. Like, provably, it's not self-similar across all scales.
Structure of the atom, and it's similar to the structure of
But I'm not
the
going to spend
solar
much time on that
system, which is
because
similar to the structure
I don't
of the
even see how
galaxy.
this would form an
They
argument
work the
for
same way. They look the same. You pull
anything.
back
I feel like
enough,
he's just
you'll
wanting
keep seeing
to
the
tell us
same
about the
pattern
nerdy
repeat.
things that he thinks are
Everybody
cool
ever see the
right
movie
now.
that was done in, I think, the 1970s or 80s? It's a short, like 10-minute clip. It's called Powers of 10. Has anybody ever seen this? Yes. A couple people. Watch this movie, Powers of 10, and you'll understand what I'm talking about when I say that the universe is fractal in nature. Brilliant movie. It will blow your mind. Real short, 10 minutes long, something like 9 or 10 minutes long.
Okay.
They basically zoom up into the cosmos to show you how everything is self-similar. Then they zoom down into the cells of a human being and in the atoms that comprise the hand and cells of the hand, and show you how everything is similar there. All the way down to the atomic level.
Okay, so what?
And the subatomic
let's go.
level.
Let's go. Let's go.
So, the universe is both holographic, meaning that the whole is contained in the parts, and vice versa, and it is fractal or self-similar across all scales of its existence.
We said it like 5 times.
That's the principle of correspondence. The principle of vibration simply states that there is no such thing as rest, as dead or non-motion, okay? Death, in that sense, is an illusion, because true death would be the cessation of all motion and energy. There is no such thing. It doesn't exist. You cannot go anywhere in creation where something is at complete rest. Okay? And I joke around about this. Barb tells me funny stories when she comes home from work, and she's trying to, enlighten some of the.
Do you want me to pause it?
It's up to you. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I have to make a phone call real quick. Sorry.
All right, I need a bathroom break anyway. Let's take 3.
Okay.
Enjoy some music while you guys rage in the chat. Oh, did I not start the music? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I didn't start the music. Ah. Yep, still going. I wonder how many hours he's going to be able to keep the fool thing up for. Oh, boy. This is so fun. Well, I think 5 hours. This is officially the longest stream I've ever done. Jim, I think you're muted.
How long did we do our stream for? I remember it was a long time.
You and I?
Mm-hmm.
On Disenthrall? I thought it was like a couple hours. Was it longer than that? I don't remember.
I remember challenging you and like, come on, let's go for 8 hours. I can do it. Oh, almost 4 hours. Like 10 seconds short of 4 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. Cool.
3 hours, 59 minutes, 50 seconds.
Okay. So, I mean, clearly things at the macro scale aren't vibrating, so this would seem to conflict with the correspondence one before it. But I don't really want to spend
too much... something vibrating right now, if you know what I mean.
I don't want to spend too much time. Like, I don't know where he's going with this, so I don't know that it's worth the time investing in nitpicking this stuff yet. Like, if he uses this in an argument later, then maybe we can come back and do that.
RNs that she works with. And she was trying to explain to one of the other nurses, you know, that desk has atoms in it, and they're not at rest. They're like in crazy, chaotic motion, especially the electron clouds of the atom. And if you look at it at a deep enough level, you would see it's like, chaos going on, and it's all kinds of motion happening, seemingly at random. And the other nurse goes, Barb, you're so crazy. What I say to that is, how could you have made it to nursing school and not ever have even considered the concept of the atom? Right. And it's amazing. She actually thinks perceived stillness is actual stillness and didn't comprehend. If you zoom into that with a powerful enough microscope, you're going to see all kinds of motion and nothing's at rest. And she thought Barb was the weird one for trying to explain that to her. Okay, so there is no such thing as true rest. It doesn't exist. If something's in existence, it's in motion. Everything moves, everything vibrates, and at the most fundamental level, the universe and every single thing which comprises it is ultimately pure vibratory energy that is manifesting itself in different ways, different frequencies, different vibratory forms. The universe has no true solidity as such, as we imagine solidity at the macrocosmic level. Matter is merely energy in a state of vibration. And what this is, if we truly understand this, and many sciences are now finally really understanding this and trying to propagate this knowledge out into the public, we will come to the understanding that this is a spiritual construct for experience to be gained, to have an experience and learn and grow in consciousness. That's what the purpose of this whole thing is for, So nothing is truly solid. It's again, like we say, we are spirit having a human experience. The whole universe is spiritual, having a experience in solidity. All right? That's how you have to look at the principle of vibration. The principle of polarity states that everything has a dual nature to it.
So I don't think he's going to describe it in clear enough terms, but I think what he's going to go for here is sort of this everything is connected, and so when one harm is done between one person, that it sort of affects everyone through the ether. This is just conjecture at this point, but... An active Titan, thank you for the 5. He says, this dude's speaking in time cube. What the fuck is he saying? What's time cube?
Oh, what you don't know what time cube is?
I don't. What is it?
Wow, you've been educated stupid.
Oh, well, that's what I'm told in the comments for like
an hour. Time Cube was a website. It's since defunct, but there's archives of it up now. That was ran by the guy by the name of Gene Ray, who was a schizophrenic guy who had a website that was talking about how the Earth does not have a single 24-hour rotation of Earth, and people who believe that were educated stupid in singularity propaganda. But the Earth's time is cubic, so there's 4 simultaneous 24-hour rotations of the Earth each day.
Oh wow! Okay, cubic, got it.
Yeah, and it's one of those websites where it just scrolls on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and then towards the end of his life, he started getting like really anti-Semitic and stuff, and it stopped being funny. But yeah,
all right.
And a lot of people were just kind of like,
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
There are polarities in everything that exists, okay? Everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. However...
Except neutrons.
No, I'm not saying that this is what this person believes. That's not what Inactive Titan was saying. He was saying it's not too dissimilar. That's all he was saying.
Opposites, they are identical in nature, but they're different in degree. So let me give you an example of what that means. Are hot and cold really opposites? Or can we simply look at them as the presence of heat energy or the absence of heat energy? Meaning that they're the same thing, energy. And whether it's concentrated in a specific area, which would make it hot, or whether it's absent from a specific area, which would make it cold.
That's true, but what does this have to do with anything?
At the fundamental level. At our level of perception, they're opposites, but at the fundamental level, they're the same thing, energy or lack thereof. Just like those three stages of the trivium. Are knowledge and ignorance the same thing?
Is there an inverse Jim Jesus somewhere? Like someone who's like a massive communist who like hates video games and has hair?
What costume would he be wearing right now? What's the antithesis of Bucky's?
Oh, geez. Circle K? Does Circle K have a mascot?
Yeah, actually they are. Because truth is always present. It's a matter of whether it's taken in and processed or whether it's refused to be taken in and it's not processed. Okay? So it's just like that. They're identical in their natures, but they're different in their degree. Starbucks. Okay? Extremes can meet and blend and, play with each other, like as depicted in the yin-yang symbol, masculine and feminine. They need to be blended. And
everything has poles. We got to play with them.
Everything that is seemingly contradictory may be reconciled. Now, again, I stress the term at some level.
Don't make it sound like a fucking fat, plumpy, delicious cock.
Pure consciousness. However, at this level, there are differences in consciousness. At this level, there are things that are taking place that we need to understand. At this level, there are things that we need to set right and rectify because it does matter. It does matter. Okay? So, again, be careful with some of the new ageisms that get put out there. Yes, can all paradoxes be reconciled? At some level. In this realm, we need to have our feet on the ground in the physical domain. This is the concept in the Hermetic tradition, which is where a lot of this understanding derived from. Out of ancient Egypt, what was known as Kem, the land called Kem, was what the actual Cometians referred to it as. The word Egypt is a bastardization of the capital, the Greek pronunciation of the capital city of Kem, which was Memphis at one point. And that city was referred to as Hygeptos in Greek. And that became Egypt in English. But the original name for Egypt was Kem. That's simply called black or dark in their language. It was the black land. And we get the word alchemy, which means, again, al, from. Okay? It means from the black land. Al-Kemetz, which is where alchemy comes from.
What is that from?
And that means out of darkness,
the Zeitgeist movie.
This knowledge will come into light. Because a lot of these mystery tradition teachings do come from Kem. And also the people who took it from Kem and started to propagate it in other areas were
I've watched it before. Jim and Christian have not yet.
In the Greek mystery traditions. And again, there was
actually
light sides and dark sides to all these mystery traditions. Okay? There were some who used the knowledge wisely and tried to propagate it and tried to elevate human consciousness. And there were those who wanted to use it selfishly for their own benefit and to control others. So my point was that in the Egyptian mystery tradition, I lost my train of thought there. I'm sorry. I was talking about all paradoxes may be reconciled at some level, and I brought up the mystery traditions. I can't remember why I went into that, so I'll just keep going.
Christian, you with us still?
Let's look at the principle of rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. Okay, so everything has a rhythm to it or a swing to it. There's tendencies that exist in energy.
You can't explain that.
the pendulum swing manifests in everything that we undergo, everything that we perceive. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. It's just an opposite. It's perceived as an opposite. Rhythm will compensate. Now, how this should be understood when we are talking about natural law is many people will say, well, that's just the way the tendency is moving us. It's just the way the tide is taking us, right? But that's not really accurate. Okay? We can't look at these things as that the rhythms are set in stone and it has to be this way now, right? One of the things that a lot of the Hermetic tradition taught regarding these laws, these principles, were they can be overcome by higher levels of consciousness. Okay? This one was one of them. Rhythm is a principle that is a tendency for something to swing a certain way. Let's liken it to genetics. You know, if you look at some newer biology, a lot of modern biologists are suggesting consciousness plays into whether a gene activates or not and expresses a certain condition. Well, this is the same way. There's something that can be done about the swing or the tide, okay? Let's look at it as you have a boat, and you want to row the boat out to sea, right? You have to get past the tide. You have to get past the breakers and the waves. And if that tide's really strong at high tide, it's going to be very much more difficult. You're going to have to expend more energy to get it out to sea. If, however, you were taking it when the current's moving out to sea, okay, there's a flow that's moving outward deeper into the ocean, and you start rowing that boat then, you're going to be able to do it much more easily.
I want to remind you that this was your idea.
If there's wind...
God damn it! I don't even have a meme for that. I know.
I just wanted to drive a bus.
Along a plane, it's going to have to expend less energy. It's going to get there more.
Let's do an 8-hour live stream. Okay.
If, however, you're flying against the wind, you got to expend a lot more energy. It's just a tendency. You can still get to where you want to go. You may just have to exert more effort. Right now, we're in a tendency of things are not flowing, okay? It's an ebb, all right? And it's something that needs to really have more energy put into it if we're going to resist the tendency. It doesn't mean nothing can be done about it. It doesn't mean it can't be overcome. It means at the time we're living in, okay, we want to make this motion go in this direction.
Aaron, I can't rebut things until an argument is made.
But its tendency is to move in this direction. So more will is required at this time to move the consciousness. At other times, the consciousness may be flowing in a positive direction, and it may take much less energy in order to move that consciousness forward. However, we're not living in that time. We are living at what many researchers have called the Kali Yuga, or the age of darkness and destruction. You know, this is the point that resists the flow in consciousness the most. And it's going to take an enormity of effort to break down these pre-existing belief systems that don't serve who we are. So that's the principle of rhythm. This is the principle here in natural law that most fits in with how I'm using the term natural law today, cause and effect. Many people, again in the New Age community, don't want to believe that there's causes and effects, and that effects are driven by causes that, you know, come first and then manifest conditions. So the principle of cause and effect simply states that every cause has its effect and every effect has its cause. Every single thing that occurs happens according to law. All right? Chance is a name for law, a law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. So again, is there free will? Yes, there is free will. But is there free will to ignore law without consequence? No, there is not. That's the limit of free will. Free will is operating within boundary conditions that I'm referring to as natural law. It's a series of laws, actually. Okay? free will operates within these parameters or boundary conditions that cannot be exceeded or gone beyond without consequence. Oh yeah, you can break natural law. Yes, you can break it, but you cannot break it without consequence. You cannot break it without consequence, negative consequence. And that's why this body of knowledge has in the past been referred to as consequentialism. It is the knowledge of how consequences are generated by our free will decision-making processes within the boundaries of natural law. So this is the law of cause and effect. The
hold on. Wrong! That is not what consequentialism is.
Yep.
Look it up. Consequentialism is a umbrella term for a series of ethical kind of positions that determine whether or not morality is or whether or not things are morally good or morally bad based on the outcomes of that decision. In contrast to deontology, which is an umbrella term for all of the ethical systems that say, no, there are rules that you have to follow. And if you break those rules, it's morally bad, no matter what the outcome is. If you break a rule and the outcome is good for everybody, it's still wrong to do, and vice versa. If you obey the rules and bad outcomes happens, it doesn't matter. You still made the right moral choice. That is what consequentialism has. Nothing to do with karma or cosmic loops and feedbacks. None of that stuff.
What about vibrations?
Wrong. Well, that's
what about polarity?
Pornhub. Oh, yeah, again,
what about rhythm?
Setting a trap on the head, not gay. They really enjoy that, by the way. Letting a trap suck your dick, also not gay. Going balls deep in a trap's boy pussy.
Jim!
Not gay. Sucking a trap's dick. What are you doing, mate?
Stop
That's
it!
fucking gay.
Jesus Christ.
That hurt a little. That one hurt a little.
You cannot. He said something important in there. You cannot break natural law without consequence. That is another statement that we will have to hold him to later.
Yep.
I think that one's important. Keith, good to see you in chat. He says, for the sake of the god of scarce time, 1.5 speed, please. I'm not going to speed this up because the moment I do anything to manipulate the source footage, we will be accused of disingenuously skipping, manipulating, or speeding past important points that causes us to just not understand, and that's why we don't agree, because we don't understand.
I think this image, I was searching for images that encapsulate cause and effect, and I found this cartoon, and I think it does it really.
You brought up polls.
Yeah. And yeah, there's been no even really like statement of fact on how this natural law affects anything that we could even argue with or disprove yet. This has just been a successive chain of assertions. Assertions that for the most part have never, not a single, I don't want to say not a single one, but most of them have not been backed up with any evidence. So this is just we're 4 hours into an assertion fest. I don't know, is there a name for that? I don't know.
Maybe this is just an elaborate gish gallop.
Most of all, because
looking that up,
the effect happen immediately?
I've heard it before. I forgot.
It will not happen immediately. There is a time lag. You set the cause into motion. The universe is going to intelligently bring to you, through a rearrangement of all the dynamics that it needs to rearrange, the effect of what you've generated by setting that cause into motion. And there is a time gap between the cause going into place and the effect coming around and hitting you. This is why the pattern recognition of cause and effect is more difficult, because it is separated by a time lag, by what we perceive as linear time. Now, if
Tallytail, thanks for the 5. He says, I need an oven mitt to protect my face from the amount of face palming he's done. Yeah.
You did a wrong to somebody, and immediately you were stung by a wasp. Every single time you did a wrong to somebody, it showed up and bit you immediately within 2 seconds of you hurting somebody, stealing from somebody, lying to somebody, etc. Would you start to connect the stinging to the wrong that you did? I think most people would see the pattern. They would recognize the pattern. But since that doesn't happen, and there's a time lag to experiencing something harmful to ourselves once we do something harmful to other people, it's very difficult for people to see the connection through the time lag. And moreover, it doesn't exactly happen in a one-to-one ratio like this, okay? It's more, karmic consequence is more complicated than all of that, all right? What's happening is that all of us are experiencing in the aggregate the wrongs that the human species is conducting on a daily basis, which we do not attempt to rectify and stop through our inaction. Karma is being accrued. People think that karma can only be accrued from action. No, it cannot. It can be accrued from inaction as well. And that's where many people in our society is. They're not taking any action, and they're willing to let evil run unchecked. So this is ultimately going to come back and bite us, you know, and what we set into motion is going to actually topple over onto us if we don't change our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. So nothing escapes law. We are bound by it eternally. You know, let me just go back. I'll leave it on this slide for a moment. You know, for some people familiar with my work, you've seen me break down the Matrix trilogy. And the law of cause and effect is brought forward extensively.
Oh, that excellent trilogy of movies, along with the excellent animated accoutrement. Is that the one he's talking about? I think so, yeah.
No. Look, if I wanted to watch Dark City again, I would have just watched Dark City again.
In the second Matrix movie, The Matrix Reloaded. And the scene that encapsulates this the most is the character of the Merovingian, who tells to the heroes who want to be free from the Matrix and its control, okay? You are coming to me without an understanding of why you are in this position. You don't understand the causal factors that have led to the current conditions that are in place. Therefore, you are coming to me with no power to affect change. You are powerless. So why should I help you? You're powerless because you lack knowledge and understanding of what set these events into motion. Why? The question why. He says, why is the only source of real power. Without why, you are powerless. He's talking about cause and effect, and he says it specifically. Causality, he calls the only real truth. And this is the villain. The words of truth come through one of the, it's a big technique in Hollywood too. The words of truth are spoken by the villain in the movie or in the series. Okay? But if you listen, and there is a twist, a dark twist to what he says. He says free will is like an illusion. No, it is not. That's where the dark occultist is trying to trip up the heroes. There are both free will and natural law. He tries to say free will. The Morpheus character says to him, everything starts with choice. And Morpheus is correct. Our choices set that causality into motion before it becomes an effect. And the Merovingian tries to tell him, no, there is no free will. That's where the dark occultist will give you the bulk of truth and then poison it with that one thing he wants to get you to accept. Okay? So the next thing that needs to be understood is the two planes. All right? There's the plane of effects and then there's the plane of causes. No power to affect any change lies on the plane of effects, which is the physical manifested reality. Again, what already is, nothing can be done about. What already is, you cannot change. You cannot change the past. You can change what it is starting now and make sure that it gets changed in the future. But right now, what is the truth, and all you could do is accept that or reject it. You can't change the past. So the physical world that is manifested up to this point happened because of things that occurred in the past. The causes happened in the past. Nothing you can do about that right now. Okay? The plane of effects or the physical world is where manifested realities have already occurred, have already taken shape, have already formed due to their underlying causal factors. The plane of effects constitutes that which has already occurred. As such, no power to affect change lies here because that which has already occurred cannot unoccur. That which has occurred can't undo itself. It happened. It's already done. It has become that which is, or truth. Human consciousness seems to be trapped upon the plane of effects, meaning that humanity as a whole remains ignorant of the underlying causes which they themselves have set into motion and which lead to self-inflicted suffering in their lives. So if you're trapped at this level, what you're doing is you're looking at the symptoms, and you're stuck looking at the symptoms. Okay? This is everybody. Oh, there's a political solution to this. We need to vote in the right people. Oh, there's a financial solution to this. We just need to set the right monetary policy. No, there's a scientific solution to this. And technological advancements are going to be made that suddenly save ourselves and make the world any different. And they think all of this is going to be done while slavery is still in place. Well, again, good luck with that. And let me know how it works out. Okay? I speak at free energy related events. I work with the Tesla Science Foundation.
Oh my God!
I speak at MUFON-related events.
I was about to say
extraterrestrial presence. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that a lot of people aren't really aware of how their actions affect the world and don't affect the world, and that's true. But this planes, this way of talking about it in terms of planes of existence is really woo, and I don't think it's useful. But whatever, I can't really. I mean, I don't care to debate that.
Are not talking about morality to the extent that they need
free energy. Oh my God,
we're going to have free energy.
I don't think he's espousing free energy.
The social structure
he just talks at the conferences.
We'll just develop free energy, and that'll magically save us. We'll still have slavery.
I'm trying to be charitable.
Be here, and the world will be a magically better place. The UFO community, they often think, oh, we're going to get disclosure. They're going to come out and tell us everything they know about other intelligences that are out there in the galaxy and in the universe with us. Okay? And they think they're going to get that in a climate of slavery. Well, good luck with all those things. You got to take down the existing structure first, okay? People think, oh, we got to build the new world while the old one decays. You have to destroy the existing power structure with the power of truth before anything new is going to grow here. Because this place is a garden full of weeds, of poisoned ideologies and completely erroneous belief systems that have no bearing on truth whatsoever. Until those thoughts are changed, don't expect the results.
Too loud!
So to the free energy movement, I say, you're never going to get free energy in a climate of slavery. To the UFO community, I say, you will never get disclosure in a climate of slavery. Slavery has to end first. Then you could get what you say you want.
All right.
So, again, no power to affect any change lies in the world of effects. Cannot be done. You are rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic while it sinks. You're not creating any change doing those things. Because the underlying...
It's almost like it's just been going on so long that it's easy to just start not calling out the bullshit when it comes along. He's saying that you have no ability to affect change in the physical world. That's what the board says. The plane of effects is the physical world, and you have no ability to affect change in the physical world. Nonsense. That's the only place you can affect change, because that's the only place that it exists. And if you think otherwise, the burden of proof is on you.
Well, I mean, what is the point of having this natural law argument to begin with if we can't change anything?
Aren't changing, and the underlying causes are how we think, how we feel, and how we behave. And no one wants to look at that. They want to think all those things can stay in place and I can magically get what I want. I want to keep my hand over the fire, but I don't want it to burn and blister. Well, enjoy. See, find out what you get when you do that, because that's what we're doing when it comes to natural law. So let's look at the plane of causality. This is the other plane. This is the mental realm, the mental world. Again, according to the law of mentalism, the first principle of natural law, everything that manifests must first manifest in mind before it can manifest physically. So again, if the plane of causality is the mental world that's generating the causes in mind, okay, everything is happening there first. And then it is trickling down to the physical domain. It is manifesting in the physical domain only after it has manifested in the mental world. The plane of causality is where causes are set into motion prior to those causes manifesting as formed realities.
This is all baseless metaphysics with, it's just assertion. There's no evidence being presented.
Constitutes the causal factors.
Doesn't even make sense.
There's nothing to rebut here because nothing is being proven. Like, he's just saying this is how it is with no evidence, with no argument. He's just saying this is how it is. Well, I say no, it's not. Now, where's the burden of proof? He says it is. I say it's not. Where's the burden of proof? Not on me. I guess we're done here. Again, can we cut this thing short? Is that all this is? He's going to be saying this is how it is. I'm going to say no. And that's it? Well, what a waste of time.
See, look, here's what you need to say to end. Okay. I was just going to say one thing. It's just everybody who's sitting there saying that the reason why you disagree with them is because you don't understand him. No. The reason why you agree with him is because you don't understand him. If you did understand him, you would know why he was wrong. There you go.
Say that again?
Specifically.
Hold on, Jim. Say that again.
To all the people who are saying that the reason why we're disagreeing with him so hard is because we don't understand him.
Oh.
That's not true. We understand him, and that's why we disagree with him. The only reason why you agree with him is because you misunderstand him. If you understood him, you'd know why he's wrong.
Same non-argument reversed. Well done, Jim. Exactly. Christian, what's up?
I wanted to, well, can you actually bring up the whole thing again? Because I was reading the slide because it's relevant to what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So when he's talking about this, is he trying to, I'm not trying to straw man him. I'm trying to ask a genuine question that maybe you guys can clarify if you understood better. So this plane of causality, this mental world, is the why behind all things that happen, all manifested things and events. So is he suggesting the why a volcano explodes is based in the plane of causality, this mental world?
Something had to think about it first to make it happen?
That's what I'm getting from this.
It feels really disingenuous to say that, but he's not making any exceptions to almost anything he's saying. He's just stating it. Like, here it is.
It's always the case. It always happens without exception, 100% at all. It's what those are the qualifiers he's putting on every single one of these things. Every time, always, without exception, 100%. Over and over and over again. Every single thing.
Like when I read this slide, it feels like I'm missing some critical piece of information. But this is literally, this is it. Okay. Yeah, this is it then. All right. I guess we just have to take it as an assertion and wait until he uses it in an argument. I don't know.
The burden of proof is on the one making the claim, not on the one asking for evidence. That is how it works. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. I'm not making claims. I'm seeking his arguments. I'm seeking his claims so that I can learn and so that I can find out if I'm wrong. He's making the claims and not providing evidence for them. He's got the burden of proof, not us. And he's not backing any of it up. Any of it. Well, not any. Oh, like 95% of it. I'm not going to do the same thing he does. He's not backing up 95% of the stuff he's made. He's just assertion. It's getting frustrating.
If you claim the sky is blue, even though it's painfully obvious, the burden's on you to prove that it's in debate world, at least. It's the burden of proof is on you to prove that it's true. I could prove that it's true or that it's false if you said a different color. I could prove that false. But if you're going to make a positive claim, the burden of proof is on you. And especially if you're going to do an 8-hour-long presentation with all kinds of stories and anecdotes, it would be a little bit helpful instead of telling us some of these weird anecdotes about your wife going to work and telling, someone that the desk is vibrating, that maybe you can instead provide some evidence for at least one of your claims. Am I right here? I mean, is that too much to ask?
These are the keys. Look, he's not done yet. This is it. His words. I wrote this down. I wanted to make sure. 8 total principles, 7 + 1 secret 1, constitutes the master key to universal wisdom. This is the meat and potatoes of it. If there's anything grander and larger than unlocking and I want to make sure I quote it right, the master key to universal wisdom, I'll be surprised. So maybe that's why I'm a little disheveled whenever it's not being substantiated at all. But I'll give him time to do so because he's not here. So we can only hope that in the next 4 hours he'll do so.
Okay, so I'm going to take the contrary position then and say I'm a little pissed because I've given him so much time already and we still don't have anything. We don't have anything tangible to go on here aside from assertions. And to someone with standards for reason and evidence and for what he believes, he has given me nothing. Zero so far. This would be, I would have gotten more if I'd masturbated for 4.5 hours philosophically.
Wow.
And that's kind of an asshole for that. Yeah, like I don't want to be an asshole. So forgive me. That was kind of a dick way to put it. I could have put that more politely and more respectfully. So I apologize.
But I mean, it does get frustrating.
But God damn it. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, the frustration of the time that I've spent, that I've sunk into this. Again, this is my second time and just not getting it. We're not getting any meat here. This is all, I don't know, frosting or something.
We're getting what he's laying down, but he's not laying down anything that we can unroot. It's just a bunch of just assertions without any kind of explanations. But we're also getting all kinds of anecdotes that could have been completely omitted for at least some argumentation about why any one of these points were true. Any one of them. For the last, what, 4 hours?
Yeah, 5 hours, 42 minutes on the stream.
5 hours.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Underlies and precedes all manifested things and events. All power to affect change lies on this plane of reality. Human consciousness must move away from the plane of effects and to the plane of causality in order for human beings to understand the causal factors of the conditions which they are collectively manifesting in their lives. Only then will humanity be able to co-create their shared reality on a conscious level, meaning with an understanding of how natural law operates, rather than on an unconscious level, meaning that we don't understand how natural law operates. And I just look at it in a simple graphic, in a simple, chart or graph. This is the higher realm. This is the world of causality, the mental world, the why, the underlying causal factors, okay, that precede conditions which are manifested. This is where our consciousness has to go, because this is where all power to affect change is at, in the understanding of why that manifested to begin with. So these are the symptoms. This line could be looked at as the diagnosis. You have to make that diagnosis and get to the underlying causal factors that lead to the symptoms. Okay? The plane of effects, on the other hand, meaning the physical world, is the manifested realm. That which has already occurred, that cannot be undone. At least in the present moment. You could start in the present to undo it in the future. But as far as the present moment and all moments in the past go, you're not changing that. That's truth. That's what is. Okay? That's already manifested. You can't change it. No power to affect change lies in continuously analyzing.
Does it really take an hour to tell us that to do something you have to first think about it?
You've made the diagnosis. Now you can get to the causal factors and start going to work changing those causes. Okay? Unfortunately, this plane, the plane of effect, seems...
That's why it's confusing, because it's either that simple. You have to think about something before you do it. Like thought precedes action. It's either that simple, which doesn't make any sense, because why would that take 2 hours to get into? Or there's something that he's not saying or leaving out or smuggling in that...
It doesn't want to acknowledge the causal factors lie in how we think, feel, and act, and until those things are changed, the external manifestation cannot change. That takes responsibility. The final principle of the 7 principles of natural law, at least the formalized ones, are gender. Again, I'm going to talk about an 8th lost one. Gender exists in everything. Everything has its masculine and its feminine components or principles. We've already seen that when it comes to the human brain, consciousness, worldview, etc. Gender manifests on all planes of existence. Spiritual, mental, physical, everything. Okay?
got any evidence
Very
for planes of
simple
existence?
concept. What I want to briefly talk about is mental
You got any evidence
gender.
of gender existing in everything?
Mental gender is the state of coexistence between
what gender is my stream deck?
masculine and feminine
Got any
aspects of the
evidence?
mind. Again, we've already looked at this. We looked at the
Got any
breakdown of
evidence at all?
physiology of the brain.
It's male
At least
because
of
we
the
know because it's
higher
useful.
order part of the brain.
Because I push its buttons.
Our left
Then it's
brain
female.
hemisphere largely facilitates the masculine aspects of the mind.
No, that'd
or the
make you
intellect,
female.
Logic, analytical
You're
thought,
pushing the
linear
button.
thought processes. While the right brain hemisphere largely
I'm lesbian.
facilitates
Checkmate.
the feminine aspect or intuition.
Oh, you beat your
meaning
wife? That's
creativity,
unfortunate.
compassion, and holistic thought processes. This next section is what I call the lost principle. This is the 8th
I'm getting canceled
principle
now.
of natural law, which binds all of the other principles together. Okay? It is what I would call the encapsulating principle. Okay? It's the container inside which all the other principles fit very nicely and neatly.
All right, let's do
However,
it.
it's lost
This
because
is the
we're not
key.
exercising it. See, we already looked at 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, they have colors.
5,
Sacred geometry.
6, 7 principles
Sacred
of natural
geometry.
law.
It's beautiful.
And there they are represented by these circles overlapping each other.
It's beautiful.
Okay? Can anybody see an 8th circle anywhere? You got it. Correct. Here's the 8th circle. And this might look familiar.
Not a circle.
You might have seen this somewhere.
Sacred geometry. Is he wearing a black sun pendant?
This pattern is called something. Does anybody know what this pattern is called? What is it? Not the flower of life. The seed of life. The seed of life. Okay? Now, what happens from a seed? It grows. It generates something. It creates something. A seed has an outer casing, an outer shell. Okay? Then if you're going to get to the inner core of it that contains all of the creative, genetic, generative material, okay, that shell has to be there and intact. You break the shell of the seed, the creative essence of the seed is going to be gone. Okay? Now, what is that principle?
Assertions, no evidence. This is just woo.
Here's what that principle is. It's the 8th, or what I call the lost principle.
I'm going to talk about principles
the
for an
thing
hour,
that
and then I'm
has
going to say
to
the
be
principles are shown here
present
in this picture,
in order
and then I'm
for
going to say,
any
oh, look, it's a
change
circle.
to manifest
That
itself.
means that all these
And it is
principles are
not
related.
what most people think of it
It's like
as.
you just
Even
drew
when
a
I
picture.
tell you what this is,
I
I
could have-
guarantee you there will be an inaccurate
I could have drawn a
connotative
dick
meaning for what people think
and
this
said, like,
means.
principle
Okay?
1 through 3 was
Here's
the
what
left
the
nut,
8th
and principle
principle
3
is.
through 4 was the right nut, and see, look,
It is
the
known as
shaft,
the
that's number 8.
generative principle,
That's gender.
or the
Like,
principle
this is just
governs
assertions, man.
Make it sound like a fucking fat, plumpy,
actually
delicious
is
cock.
the causal factor that goes
I
into
brought that
effect
one on. I
and
brought that one on.
generates the result that we say that we
that was
want.
my fault.
Set him up, you're
But
not.
what's the real term for it? Who can guess what the actual term, what the generative principle of creation actually is? No, it is not action. Okay, now most people will say it's love.
Whoever that is in the
I want
audience
to distinguish
needs to
it
shut
from
up.
the concept of love, even
will
as
set
I'm
you
going
free.
to describe love in this presentation a little bit later on. Okay, what
Did
is
you
it?
just really confuse the Bible with Auschwitz?
What? Somebody said it. Somebody said something else. No? Who? Care. There it is. Okay? The generative principle is care. Now, this is different than compassion. People say, why don't you use the word compassion?
That's got to be an acronym.
Because that's not what I'm talking about.
100%,
It is a different
100%
concept
chance
than
of acronym.
compassion, or even what I would describe
Acronym
as love.
forecast. 100%.
Care, and I mean care with a capital C, and here I didn't even put it with a capital C. I'm just putting it in all uppercase. All uppercase care. Distinguish this from care with a lowercase c. Okay? This
Cruise
means
control for cool.
what
Caps lock,
are
baby.
you giving attention and helping to grow? What are you focusing upon? Because what focus you're focusing upon, that's what's ultimately getting generated, getting created, and growing. And this doesn't mean be ignorant of what's going on in the world and don't look at anything that's negative because you're going to feed that and give power to it. That's not what it means. Okay? That means, you know what you're feeding? In that instance, if you want to do that, you're feeding ignorance. And that's what's going to grow. It's the exact opposite that the New Agers want you to believe that it is. By ignoring the negative, you are ensuring that more of it occurs. You are fueling it by ignorance, ensuring that it grows and takes over. Okay? What care has to be looked at here as is, this is what you're giving your energy to. This is what you're focused upon. This is what you actually care enough about to do, to spend your time on, to put your attention on, to manifest in the world. That's what I'm talking about as care.
Okay. I was wrong. It wasn't an acronym.
Experience in the aggregate. Most people don't care.
He really just meant care.
Really happening. Therefore, it is an impossibility for us in the aggregate to change the direction of energy, to change the direction of consciousness, and ultimately to get what we say we want. That's how the real law of attraction works. All right? Here's how it actually operates. The lost principle is the dynamic of care. What we care about on a day-to-day basis acts as the driving force of our thoughts and actions. What did I say we need to develop? The heart, mind, guts, right? Heart, mind, guts, in that order. Care comes first. You got to care enough to know, to develop the knowledge.
Chakras.
Okay? Then you got to act on it and put it into practice. Apply it. So that's the order. Heart, mind, guts. Care, knowledge, action. Those are the steps, okay? And all three of those have to be in place.
Chakras.
All three.
Bro.
That's what unity
Chakras.
Consciousness is. It's unifying thoughts, emotions, and actions.
What you care about, think about, and work on,
such that there is no contradiction between them. Our
is
thoughts,
likely going to see more change than things that you're not.
How we feel and how we act are one and the same. There's no contradiction.
Sure.
That's unity consciousness. Okay?
We don't need all the woo language to describe that, though.
Okay, since care is the driver of our thoughts and actions, it ultimately can be seen as the generator of the quality of our shared experience here on the earth. Care is what generates the whole thing. Hence, it has been called the generative principle.
Because we haven't heard anything about natural law yet. That's why we haven't rebutted it yet.
It's a
well, sorry, what? What'd you say? I missed it.
People are complaining that we haven't said anything about natural law yet. Well, we haven't heard anything about natural law yet. And until we do, we can't rebut any claims that haven't been said yet. Is that fair?
It's necessarily junk science if there's no science involved. And we're waiting for the science to start. So
care is
our claim is currently proven true until disproven by Passio providing evidence of something. What'd you say?
Care is the principle that what you care about on a day-to-day basis acts as the driving force of our thoughts and actions. Care can be seen as the ultimate generator. This is the linchpin that ties all of these things together into the master key to universal wisdom. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Generator. It provides energy.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Jim's soundboard is the most insulting thing on this stream.
I didn't say 100%.
Anything. For the record, my soundboard all has video, so if it's audio only, it wasn't me.
Force through the blood in the body. In every ancient tradition, they talk about the life force being in the blood. The heart is what pumps that through the whole physiology and enables us to continue to sustain life. Okay? The heart is the generator, it's the pump. It's the center of the being. As important as the brain is, which we just talked about the importance of it, the heart is ultimately what's generating the experience. Because what we care about determines what we think about on a daily basis most of the time, and therefore how we behave. All right? So, this principle has often been referred to as the generative principle. Anybody familiar with the compasses and square symbol of Freemasonry? With the G in the middle? Well, that's what the G stands for at the highest level. They'll talk about many porch masons. These are the exoteric masons that are given the teachings of the profane and they think they're in the know, okay? They're given the information, well, this only means geometry, it only means God, etc., okay? One of the things they'll tell you it means at a slightly higher level is that it means gnosis, knowledge, okay, which we saw the meaning of in Greek earlier. At a higher level, at illuminated levels of Freemasonry, which are above 32nd degree, they will give you what the real meaning of the G inside the compasses and square is. And it is the generative principle. It means Genesis, creation, okay? And yeah, you can tie that right back to God. I'm not saying those things are different. And the forms that get created in the physical manifested world are geometric forms. So it is geometry as well. It's all these things. But at the highest level, it's the generative principle. That's what that G really stands for in esoteric Freemasonry. Okay? It's called the generative principle because that means to create. It comes from, the word generative comes from Latin. The verb generare, as we've already talked about, means to create. The generative principle is what we create through. And it's lost because people don't care. They don't have care. Hence, it's the lost principle. Okay?
Talking to chat, sorry.
Sorry, what?
I was talking to chat. Assertions are not proof. They're just assertions.
Yeah, saying something that is the case is not providing proof. It's just saying that something is the case, which is a philosophically and rationally null statement. I can say all sorts of things. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's not making any arguments. What he's trying to do and what he said that he's doing explicitly is he's laying the foundation of facts so that he can get to the point where you have an understanding of all the concepts so that he can make a case for natural law. Natural law has not been argued yet, per him.
Yep.
Here's how it works, folks. What we care enough to put our will behind. Okay? So again, heart, mind, guts. Guts is the will, the action, the masculine principle. That's what gets things done ultimately in the physical domain. What we care enough to put our will behind, and that's driven by the care. That's the generator or the pump that drives the will. Okay? What we care enough to put our will behind is ultimately what gets created or manifested in our world.
You just misspecies me?
The world is the way
bruh
that it is because most people
you can check human
do
privilege,
not care
okay?
enough, even if they say, they pay lip service,
respect my
okay, and say that they want things to be different. They don't care enough to actually change it through their actions. Because when it comes all down to it, and I said this in my New Age, BS seminar or lecture, okay? What it comes down to is preventing action.
Trenton Paul, thank you for the $20 super chat. You are awesome. He says, I need a drink after the comment section. Yeah, I mean,
you want some of mine?
It's a love-hate, man. Like, without the comment section, I would probably struggle a lot more than I am. They're at least keeping me interested.
Preventing action. That's what the New Age community is designed to do.
Wow.
They want people inactive because the dark occultists know that the thing that is ultimately generating our reality is behavior, as you saw in that simple four-part chart, that little building block chart that I put up there. Action is what's generating the reality. That gets generated through what we care about because our cares and our desires drive our actions. Okay? So most people will say they want things to change, but then when you say, what are you doing to make that change happen? Not a word. Silence comes back on the other end. Okay? So, they don't care enough to change it through their actions. That's what the generative or lost principle is about. And until that principle is regained, and people get out of their laziness, and most of all, get out of their cowardice. Again, in that New Age lecture, I'm talking about what it ultimately comes down to in the New Age movement, and I'll look at any New Ager in the eyes. They're cowards. Cowards.
You mad, bro? People are giving me money, bro. Are you mad? Are you mad, bro? Are you mad, bro? People are giving me money. Every time somebody gives me money, does that make you mad, bro? Hey, guys, you should give me money.
Somebody's mad?
He says, the most abhorrent thing is people are giving you money.
Ultimately, they know the evil that we're up against, and they intend to do not a damn thing about it.
You should donate in Sean's armor, in Sean's honor.
And anybody telling you it's different than that is lying to you. Okay? They're cowards. Period. And I'll say it right to any of their faces. Anything I say up here, anybody that believes in that nonsense, come and bring them to me. I'll tell them right to their face. Straight and open, just like I said it here. Because I don't care. I don't care about their nonsense. I care about what's...
He'll say it to their face, so it must be true.
Real. Okay? So, I'm telling you, this religion has to go. It's got to go. If people are going to make real change happen, the idea that it can't be done, that it can be done without taking actual real-world action has to be purged from human consciousness. Reality.
Trenton Paul just donated $20. He said, "Here, John." Oh, man.
Does not work like that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
And I can't make you accept that. I recognize I can't make anybody in this room accept that. All I can do is put it out there for your consideration. And if you have some common sense and really, really think about it, you'll understand what I'm saying here is absolutely the way it is. Okay? Many people want to deceive you through these religious notions, okay, which is all about getting people to stand down and accept their chains. That's what that religion's in place for. All right? This next section I call spiritual currency or spiritual currencies.
All right.
There's two spiritual currencies.
Next section, everybody celebrate.
Wait,
now, look, we can readily see this, right? Time is money.
That was the key?
No, we're not going to prove anything we just said. We're not going to back anything up that we just said. It's next section time, Christian. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. You're right. Maybe he'll substantiate all this in Act 3.
Don't worry about it.
You better hold your breath.
Are you holding your breath?
I got a giant
it's currency,
vessel of copium.
Right? What am I going to spend my time on? What am I going to pay attention to? Pay attention. You pay for something, you get something in return when you pay for something, right? That's what attention will get you here. It will get you something in return. You pay attention, you're going to come out of here with a lot of understanding. There's two spiritual currencies, time and attention. This analogy can be seen very readily in the saying, spending time and paying attention. Whatever information or endeavors we put our time and attention toward, we end up getting something in return for that investment of these currencies. This is what real money is, folks. Real money. This will get you real money. One I, mon I. Okay? If you want real money instead of the fake Federal Reserve nonsense fiat paper currency money that isn't worth the paper it's printed upon, then keep thinking that that has value. Okay? And people who say gold is value, gold is real money. Yeah, well, I ask people, what intrinsic value does gold have? And they say, well, it's been traded with throughout time immemorial. People have valued it all the time. Does that make it intrinsic? You answered my question. It's like saying, why does that projector have intrinsic value? And you say, because I find it valuable. No, that projector has intrinsic value because it's capable of projecting an image. And if I want that task done, that's what I use a projector for. Okay? Well, what's gold used for? Can you build clothing out of it? Can you build a house out of it? Is it malleable enough to be molded into a weapon of some sort? You going to take shelter under it? Well, maybe if you have enough of it. You know, the whole point is there is no intrinsic value to this. It's something that's the idea of it having, of any precious metal having intrinsic value, other than, you know, okay, in a technological society, it's used for computers. This is true. Okay, but I'm talking about in nature. You know, where would this idea of intrinsic value of gold come from in the ancient past? People say it's used as a medium of exchange. Okay. Money is not a medium of exchange.
By the way,
people think of it as a medium of exchange.
I did a fact check. So I have a friend who's a Freemason, and I asked him, like, hey, what does the G in the Freemasons logo says? Since what did he claim that it was?
The generative principle.
Okay, so what it really means is geometry and the grand architect of the universe, which is God. And this is not even something that they hide. This is something that they put on their website.
Yeah, that's just what they tell the public, but the occult knowledge that they teach you once you're higher up, you know. Checkmate.
Oh, yeah.
It's incorrect.
I'm going to get a lot of use out of that.
Money is the limiter of energy.
Oh,
in the
you.
system. See, people think of money as currency. Even the name is a mind control technique because it's supposed to be about, it's the current in the energy system. This is the current. It's the amperage, right? No, it's not. It's not the capacitance either. It's not a store. That's another thing people will tell you money is, what they say is real money. Hey, it's all fake. It's all fake. It's not a store either. You know what it is? It's the resistance in the system. It's the resistance to change in the system. It acts
How can
as
money
the
be real
resistor.
if our eyes aren't real?
Because as long as that modality of slavery called money continues to exist, it will always be extraordinarily difficult to create real lasting change. So again, I piss off everybody. Religion's got to go, scientism's got to go, New Age thought's got to go, money's got to go. All of it's got to go. You know why? It's all religion. It's all religion, and the word religion means to hold one back, to tie one up and keep them where they're at, as we're going to get to in a few moments.
He's a zeitgeister.
Okay? So let's get back to spiritual currencies. We end up getting something in return on what we put our investment of spiritual currency.
He's advocating against the use of currency? Even a stable currency?
He didn't specify, so it depends on if you.
He just said he wanted to get rid of money. No, he explicitly said that gold wasn't really valuable either. He wants to get rid of money, and he also listed fiat as a money to get rid of, as well as gold. This guy's a libertarian.
He's an anarchist, self-proclaimed anarchist. Yeah, I mean, I don't really I don't care. I'm here to debate natural law, not monetary theory. So I'll let it slide, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, you can talk about it if you want. You're welcome to. But
I'll talk about it in the chat. How about that? That way we won't waste any more time on this, because I know you want to get through
And you know what if it's put toward the right goals, the end result is true money, one eye. Okay? True spiritual vision.
They're confirming it
the
in chat.
ability to see, to unoccult something and see it for what it really is. That's what comes from truly putting time and attention onto the right things. This return could come in the form of knowledge. It could come in the form of understanding. It could come in the form of skills, expertise, and empowerment. But only if we invest these two spiritual currencies wisely. And let me tell you something, folks. That's why most people don't have any money. They got nothing to pay for it with. See, you pay attention and you get money. You spend time and you get money. I'm talking about the real thing.
And pay.
We're going to take a break in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay?
Definitely
so
not
we have to invest
equivocation.
our spiritual currencies wisely. We should seek to improve our quality of attention by placing it upon information that is capable of improving both ourselves and the human condition as a whole. Give me a heads up in about 8 or 9 minutes. Thank you. Such an effort would also constitute a valuable investment of our time. We should ask ourselves, what am I spending my time on? What am I spending my time doing? And what am I paying attention to? That's where you will find whether you're investing in real value, something that is truly valuable. If most of the time we're spending our time on nonsense and trivialities and, divisive things and TV and sports and all other kinds of entertainment and distraction, well, you're going to have a return on that investment, and that return is going to be low. It's not going to result in much money, real money. Okay?
No argument has been made for natural law either.
What kind of quality?
Apparently, we're for Federal Reserve notes now, by the way.
For my investments of time and money, time and
surprising.
attention. I'm sorry.
Because we think it's real.
These are the spiritual currencies, and that's what most people don't want to give. They don't want to give these freely for a return on investment. They don't want to pay attention to the right things. They don't want to spend time on
Federal Reserve notes are real. It's not. That doesn't mean that it's good.
This is
or stable, or a good idea, or any of that stuff. It just means that if I have a Federal Reserve note, it's tangible, it's in my hand, it's real, it exists in the real world.
Is there a debate going on money being real?
Yes. They're saying money is not real, or Federal Reserve notes are not real.
Okay.
I mean, they're real. I mean, I've had one in my hand.
More real than this natural law.
Am I being gaslit right now? Is that what they're trying to do? Because it ain't working.
We should ask ourselves what we're spending our time on. We just got retroactively trolled by Mark Passio. No. I don't. I'm gonna hit play.
Maybe this is a giant troll. Maybe the end is like, psych, your mama rides a bike. It's all fake.
Quality of our attention. Okay, and again, this is in the aggregate, but it's created by all the individuals. How
check the date on this.
The quality of our overall attention as a species will affect our world in accordance with the principle of correspondence, which states, as goes the microcosm or the microcosmic units, so will become the macrocosm. Okay, so over here we have a pure information stream. This is good information. This is information that is capable, that resonates with truth, and is capable of helping to develop wisdom or right action within the being. This over here is the poisoned information stream, like we get from the mainstream media, from scientism, from the New Age movement, from government indoctrination centers called schools. Okay? This is the poisoned information stream. Now, everybody's going to take in some form of a mixture of both of these streams. What the goal needs to be is to purify. Just like, hey, you take in bad food, you're going to have bad health. You take in bad information, the output through behavior is going to be bad. So you got to purify. Meaning, if there's valves here on the individual buckets, these are called the individual people, okay? And they're all coming together with the quality of their water, right? What they're holding within their consciousness. And that's all going into the big pool called the world. Everybody's bringing their bucket to the pool, they're pouring it in, and then they're jumping in. And that's the world. That's the quality of the world, right? The quality of this whole thing here is going to be based on how much poisoned, polluted information was in your bucket compared to how much pure information was in your bucket.
How many people peed in the pool?
There's valves over here. We got to shut this one off, this brown muddy valve over here, and we got to open this one up. Okay? If we do that, the world will be purified, and we won't be creating self-inflicted suffering. We don't do that, we're going to be swimming in brown muck. Okay? And generating all kinds of problems for ourselves. So, how are we spending our time? What are we paying attention to? Is this what we're doing with our time?
What does this have to do with natural law?
Box?
Sorry.
Which means suppression of knowledge.
You're not paying attention, bro.
Hypnosis is the suppression of knowledge or the suppression of spirit. Bro. Okay? Or are we going to devote our time to some pursuits of wisdom? Which means developing knowledge, converting it to understanding by processing it accurately, and then converting into wisdom through action, through right action. And, you know, you got to read to do this. People don't want to hear that either. Okay? Reading is required. The ancient Romans had two words, the same word, okay? That meant two different things in their language. The word was liber, L-I-B-E-R. Liber meant free.
Free.
As in not a slave. A free
being. This is
being
a library thing.
Would be described as liber, free. It's the basis of the English word liberty. Liberty. Freedom. Okay? They had the same word also meant a different concept. So the word liber didn't just mean free. If it was used in a different context, does anybody know what else the word liber meant, L-I-B-E-R, meant in Latin?
He's going to say library, isn't he?
Book. It meant book. Does that tell us something?
No.
They associated.
It precisely doesn't tell us anything.
The Latin word for book also meant free in their language.
And that is not an argument.
And again, liber is the basis for the word library.
Not an argument.
Okay? Where you can go to become free if you read the right books. You know? And again, the world is our library now. You know, we've reunited all the parts of the big library that were cast to the four corners of the earth. The mystery traditions are available at your fingertips now, which hasn't been the case at any time in human history. And what are we doing? We're playing Farmville on Facebook.
Right. Brain imbalance.
So we have to ask ourselves, what are we spending our spiritual currency on? And are we investing it wisely for a return of real money, which is actually spiritual enlightenment? I'm going to take a quick break right there, and we'll pick it up with the next section in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, right back here.
Cliffhanger. That's like actually struggling through the entire movie of The Matrix. And you don't realize what the Matrix is at the end. They just go, okay.
Who struggles through the Matrix? What are you talking about?
People with a brain.
It's a great,
like good movies.
You just don't understand it.
No, I understand it. That's why you like it, because you don't understand it. If you did understand it, you would know.
No, you don't understand it. That's why you don't like it.
Bruh, we all live in a simulation, bro. It's not real, bruh. Everything you know is fake, bruh. It's like,
is this still part 2?
You know, it's like fucking, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we have
like no money, dude.
We have an hour and a half of part 2 left.
Things in different traditions throughout the world at different times in history. Let's look at what some people have called it. It's been called the law of cause and effect, or the laws of cause and effect. And there's a scientific connotation to this concept of cause and effect too. Even scientists will say an effect invariably follows a cause. And they'll also say things like, for every action, there exists an equal and opposing reaction. So there's a consequence when an action is taken. In the more New Age circles, you've heard it referred to as the law or laws of attraction. Okay, I call this presentation the real law of attraction. So, however, there are some good things that the New Age community, and I don't tell you it's all bad, I don't make that blanket statement, okay? It is a religion in many respects, but however, there are some truths embedded in it that can be taken on their own, and, you know, value can be gleaned from. So one of those sayings is, the energy that we emit is the energy that we attract. This is true. What we're putting out into the universe is what we're getting in return from the universe and what we're creating in our reality. Energy flows where attention goes. I just talked about this in the last section. What we put our attention on is what ultimately gets manifested in the world. As you think, feel, and act, so you shall be. You know, some of the teachers of different variants of law of attraction teachings have only put the first part in that. As you think, so you will be. No. As you think, feel, and act, so you will be. And most of all, as you act, so you will be. Most of all, okay? So it's been called karma. It's been called moral law, as I talked about before. And this is, you know, captured beautifully by the phrase, what we sow, we reap. The seeds that you scatter, that's what's going to grow, and that's the fruit that you're going to harvest.
David Icke.
So
we all laugh
a very
at David
accurate
Icke.
way of looking at it. Again, it's been called consequentialism. That's another thing I could put into this chart. In other words, that there is free will, but there is no free will without consequence. That's called consequentialism. That would be another very accurate way of referring to natural law. And finally, the golden rule, it's been called. Okay? And it's been stated in the affirmative as, do unto others as you would have.
There we go.
Wrong!
Okay.
Again, consequentialism is not karma, not even in the slightest.
I want to take a moment to describe what's known as the equivocation fallacy. This occurs when a word or a term with 2 or more meanings is used in multiple senses in an argument. For example, if somebody says, laws are created by an intelligent agent, therefore there are laws in the universe, therefore an intelligent agent, God, created the universe. So the word laws was used in 2 different definitions. What seems to be happening right now on the screen is that we are sort of upfront declaring that natural law has a lot of different meanings. And then we're going to kind of talk about them as if they're one, when the things listed on this screen are very different from each other. And not only that, but sort of this law of cause and effect, causality. This exists in objective reality, right? When a chemical reaction takes place, it's a causal deterministic chain triggered by something starting the chemical reaction to take place. That's a causal relationship. That's the law of causality, cause and effect. So we're lumping that in with things as nebulous and subjective and woo nonsensical as the energy you emit is the energy you attract. Okay, these two things are not alike. These two things are not the same. They're not saying the same thing. They don't mean the same thing. And it is an equivocation fallacy to talk about them as if they're the same. Energy flows where attention goes. Not always.
No, it's true because it rhymes.
As you think, feel, and act, so you shall be. Not always. If you light gasoline on fire, it gets hot. That's a causal cause and effect always happens, you know, given the oxygen and whatnot. You reap what you sow. Not always. So we're trying to lump in these subjective, not always nonsense with objective reality, deterministic causal relationships between things. I think that's a fundamental problem here. All right, continuing. Unless you had something to say.
Done unto yourself. I find this much more
I want to know what he means by energy.
stated.
So the energy you emit is the energy you attract. And I get this from a lot of wooers. They're always talking about energy and stuff. I have no idea what these people are talking about. And I have been talking to wooey people and I've been talking to new age people for a long time. I had friends that were all this stuff and they used to talk about energy all the time. And I'd be like, well, what do you mean by energy? Do you mean like electromagnetism? Are you talking about all that? No. Well, then what are you talking about? Well, just like, you know, positive vibes, man. Okay. What are vibes? And we just go on this long tangent where we're just going through the thesaurus of different words that energy means to vibes, man. It's like, well, with that, none of this is really explaining it. You're just giving it new labels. So what does it mean by energy? What do we mean by that?
So somebody, well, first of all, you're right.
No, we didn't agree with care.
No one, yeah. First of all, you're right. No one explains energy. That's just a woo term that's assumed that everybody knows what that means. It means nothing. It's nonsense unless somebody actually defines it to mean something. So maybe he will, but I doubt it. He literally just explained it in Care, and I agreed with him. So I agree that if you treat people like shit, then you will, on average, probably be treated less well by the people around you. That is not, let's compare it to the definition of natural law that he gave us, a universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable condition which governs the consequences of behavior of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior 100% of the time. I can be an asshole all day, every day, and there's a chance I'll be just fine. In fact, there's a chance I might actually end up better off because I took advantage of some people with my asshole behavior and never suffered any consequences for it. That is not a universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable condition which governs the consequences of my behavior. That is a subjective social dynamic that functions sometimes depending on the people around you, depending on the circumstances, depending on the society, depending on a long list of subjective, sometimes functional nonsense. Not nonsense, things. We're taking this subjective thing that has some effect in the world. You treat people like shit, you're going to get treated like shit more often than not. And we're saying, boom. Inherent, objective, non-man-made, universal, eternal, immutable. No. If that's the standard,
was true, then
we're not meeting the standard he set there. Social dynamics does not meet universal, immutable, inherent, objective, blah, blah, blah. That's a fail on its face. What were you saying, Jim?
Why is Michael Malice becoming ever more popular over and over again when all he does is shitpost on Twitter and make fun of people and talk crap on people and insult people's physical appearance over and over and over again? And people still go out and buy his books. They still go and watch all of his stuff. They watch his podcast. They buy all the stuff that his podcast advertises at all. Just because you're an asshole doesn't necessarily follow that you're going to attract all this negative bad energy. If he was, or if it was the case, he wouldn't be nearly as successful as he is today because he's an asshole. That's why people like him. So to say that it's always going to happen, that it's always going to end up, not the case. Case in point, this guy's been doing it for at least a decade and he's only gotten more popular because of it. I'm not dogging on Michael Malice. I love Michael Malice. He's great, but to say that he's a nice guy or that he has positive energy is completely objectively wrong. And he's doing nothing but reaping the rewards of it. So all of this stuff about the law of attraction, you attract the energy that you create. Well, if that was the case, everybody would hate Michael Malice, and they don't. They clearly, obviously, objectively don't, because he's been doing very well. In fact, his last book was well, I don't think they listed it on New York Times, but he was an Amazon bestseller. He was the #1 selling book on Amazon right now. Well, not now, but he was.
Cops would be another counterexample. All day, every day.
There we go.
They certainly violate the non-aggression principle. As a matter of course, it is their career. They are trained in violating the non-aggression principle, and they get pensions and usually a pretty swell life paid for off the welfare of our stolen money in the form of taxation. Most cops do just fine.
Politicians get a lot. They have a giant pension all day, every day.
Look, if he's saying that, I don't think he should call it natural law. He could just call it human social dynamics. Don't be an asshole, you'll get treated better. Yeah, I'm on board. But you can't try and elevate that to like some science. Like, it's not objective. It doesn't happen all the time. It's incredibly subjective. And it's also incompatible with his belief that free will exists. If free will exists, then necessarily people can choose whether or not to treat somebody violating natural law poorly or not. If it's deterministic, meaning it's natural law that is inherent, universal, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable, then every time somebody violates natural law, somebody out there with no free will to make the choice on their own will treat them poorly because of it. These two concepts, again, are incompatible. This is another problem. Free will cannot coexist in this paradigm of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made. Like, it's not universal if it doesn't function on everybody in all places and all interactions. It's not inherent if you can't show evidence of it. It's not objective if it changes and acts differently between different people and different times. Non-man-made, I mean, I guess, depending on what, okay, sure. Non-man-made, I mean, I guess that would depend on like evolutionary behavioral science. So like how much of it was evolution and how much of it is society and how much of it is trained into us when we're kids as parents, how you treat other people when they treat you good or bad. Is that man-made? Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe, maybe not. Eternal, it changes over time. I mean, like people used to burn people for being witches, now they don't. So these concepts are not eternal. They're certainly not immutable for the same reason. So it's like we're trying to talk about the subjective concept that has some bearing on our life. Again, I'm repeating myself, so I'm going to stop. But we're talking about this subjective thing that does have some effect. Human social dynamics does show some effects in the world, and then we're slapping the science label on it, calling it objective, blah blah blah.
Yeah, and this is not us being hyperbolic or anything. This is what he actually said. Natural, inherent, having a basis in nature, truth, reality and truth, not made or caused by mankind. Law, an existing condition which is binding and immutable, cannot be changed, quote unquote, 100% of the time. So if it's true 100% of the time, how come cops are living an easy life in retirement right now? Living it up, enjoying life. You could possibly say it might pay for it in the afterlife or something like that. But again, citation needed. Show me a hell where these people are rotting.
Prove it. I mean, like, how many cops come home and beat their wife? Oh, we know, 40%. And go on to live happy lives. You know? Mm-hmm. It would be a minority of them that suffer negative consequences of that. All right, so I'm going to hit play again.
In the negative, or what I call the apophatic variant, and we'll talk about what apophatic and apophysis means in a few moments. I think it would have been much less ambiguous, the golden rule, if it was said like this: do not do to others as you would prefer not to have done unto you. Now the ambiguity goes away because people want to be treated slightly differently. You know, hey, a masochist might want to get beaten by a sadist. Okay, but that doesn't mean you know, do that to others because you like it. But people know what they don't want. They don't want their rights taken. They don't want their property taken or damaged. They don't want to be harmed in their person, you know. They don't want any of those things. They don't want to be lied to. They don't want to be deceived. So don't do those things to other people. So let's jump into this is the heart of the presentation here. It's how natural law actually works in our lives. What are its expressions? How can we come to understand how this operates? There are ways of knowing, and they're through these expressions of natural law. So we defined what natural law is. We talked about the underlying principles that it's based upon. Now we are going to talk about how it works in our lives.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
We're going to build a chart of the natural law expressions in a moment. What these expressions are the recognizable workings in our life. And they take place through 5 basic expressions. Each of the 5 expressions of natural law have a positive aspect and a negative aspect. So that gives us a total of 10 overall natural law expressions. And we're going to build a chart.
Larry did point out something correct. I was about to point it out, but you were moving on. Is that he dropped Hillel's silver rule as an alternative to the golden rule. I was going to say, because what he was talking about was not the golden rule. We could have swept that out, put the silver rule. The silver rule is do unto others as they do unto you. So if a burglar comes and knocks down my door right now, I'm not going to be like, oh, come on in. Do you want to know where the silverware is? Because that's what I would want if I was robbing a house. No, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. I'm going to violate him like he violated my property. That is a silver rule.
Thank you, Larry. Thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Make sure I hit the right play
Here's
button.
the expression, and then there's a positive aspect to the expression, and there's a negative aspect to the expression. The first expression of natural law is known as, and again, this is what I call these things. There's no hard and fast rules. It's just terminology. It's jargon to try to explain them in words, okay? These are unseen concepts and laws in reality, in nature, in the nature of the universe. Okay, these are just English word terms that I'm applying to these concepts, okay? So the first principle of natural law I call the generative polarity. Or in other words, this is the force or energy that we are using at the base level to start the process of creation. Or you could say of co-creation. Okay? We're co-creating the reality that we experience with the laws of nature. So you can look at the first first expression of natural law, which is the generative polarity.
Larry Bernard, $5. The silver rule: what you find evil in yourself, do not do to another.
Okay, this is a different silver rule than what I'm used to.
Interesting.
I was going by the silver rule, the very satanic silver rule that's found in the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey, which says, do unto others as they do unto you, which is what basically he was saying.
Well, thank you, Larry. I hadn't heard that version of the silver rule before. Appreciate it.
As the force that we use to set all of the other events which are to come, which are to manifest in our lives, into motion. Or in other words, what we use, the force that we use to generate or create the quality of our experience. That's the generative polarity. The positive expression of the generative polarity is love. Now, this is not what many people think.
Larry spent $10 to say, actually.
Okay? It's not familial love.
Thank you, Larry.
It's not relationship love. It's not Hollywood movie variant of love. It's not romance novel variant of love. Okay? I call love consciousness. Love is the force which helps us to expand consciousness and become open to truth if we are in it. If we are in that vibratory energy, we become open to truth.
I almost broke my fucking neck. I almost whiplashed there so hard. My neck, I felt the bones in my neck just like recoil from that. Jesus.
Why call it love? You just spent. Go ahead.
The positive expression of the generative polarity is love, which is equivalent to consciousness.
You spent hours talking about how consciousness and what it is and defining it. Not once did you mention the word love. So now why are we adding a new term in that you have not even talked about at all. And you're only going to touch on for 3 seconds, yet you can't spend 3 seconds to provide any evidence for any of the keys to any of this stuff. But you'll tell me about how your wife talked to a nurse about the desk vibrating.
Okay, let's keep going.
So here's what it looks like visually. I try to put a visual aspect to all of these concepts, okay? And people would think I'm going to put two people together kissing or hugging or something like that, okay? Love is inside each individual if it's present, okay? It doesn't depend on any other person. You can express love with another person, and there's no problem with that. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a great thing if it's present in your life. The capital L, capital O, capital V, capital E definition of love that I'm giving here is not that. It is this force that opens up our consciousness. It's the flowering expression of consciousness, okay? So how I word this is the positive aspect of the generative polarity, the first expression of natural law, is love. In regard to natural law, love should be seen as the expansive force for consciousness. It is the force which helps us to become open to truth and expand our awareness. That's the connotation that I'm giving for the concept called love here. Okay, that's
Prove
the positive
something.
expression.
Prove anything.
Prove
something that you
polarity. Say. Now, the negative expression of the creative polarity is the exact opposite of love. So people will automatically think, well, that's hate. And it is not. Because the thing that puts consciousness in a box and prevents it from growing and keeps it where it's at is what? Fear. There it is. Fear. Fear is the basis for unconsciousness.
This is Donnie Darko.
What do you mean?
Is this fear or is this love? Do you remember that movie?
No.
Did you ever see Donnie Darko?
No.
So there was like a motivational speaker that paid by Patrick Swayze turned out to be a pedophile, no relation, but he was playing this thing, and he wanted to put everything into 2 boxes. It's either love or fear. Is it love versus fear? Here's a thought experiment. So and so did this, and so did that, and they did this in response. Is that fear or love? This is straight out of Donnie Darko. Did he just watch Donnie Darko and figure out the key to the universe? Is that what this is happening?
Somebody else mentioned that.
Chat, help me out. Yeah.
That Passio is only talking about negative effects in the aggregate, not on the individual level. And so me using cops getting away with things as an example is invalid. Okay.
Donnie Darko is not a good movie. I'm just going to say that off the bat.
Let's use the aggregate of all cops. I'd say on the aggregate, they all do a whole lot of terrible shit, and they, on the aggregate, mostly get away with all of it. Still works. And the aggregate stuff makes it more subjective, and less objective, and less universal. Not more. It makes it less of a science, and more of a junk science. When you say, oh, it's aggregate, it's by the data. Well, that's less specific. Yeah. That's more amorphous. That now the data's up for interpretation.
George W. Bush lived a long, happy life. And he lived very wealthily his whole entire life.
Yep.
It's a fact.
Sorry, go ahead. You like say one word and then you pause and I think you're done. And so I hit play and then you talk again and I pause. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Oh, no, okay. And as soon as I hit play.
Conscious of anything.
But actually what I wanted is
that's what I thought.
Fear it. Okay, that's what shuts consciousness down. And here's my visual for it. Fear. I don't want to look at that. That's too horrible for me to contemplate. That can't be true. I don't want that to be true. That's all fear. Okay? The negative aspect of the generative polarity is fear. Fear is the contractive force for consciousness. Fear is the force which influences us to become closed to the truth, and it is the force which ultimately shuts down our awareness. That's why so many people are unconscious, because they are fearful. They are fearful of the responsibility that comes with knowledge, and most of all, they are fearful of having to act based upon knowledge, because that requires courage. The second natural law expression is the initiating expression, what I call the initiating expression, just my term for it. Okay? The initiating expression is the first stage of tangible
$5, Larry.
and recognizable results which we produce in our lives after we have, quote unquote, set the ball rolling, okay? Set the dynamic in motion.
I feel obligated because he donated to read what he said, though I would not say this. I would not say this to keep it professional, but this is what Larry says. I need to watch Netflix Cowboy Bebop to wash this trash out of my brain. Thank you for the $5, Larry. And yes, if you donate, I will most likely read what you have to say.
By choosing between the generative polarities of either love or fear. All right? So, we choose love and something starts to happen. We become open to truth, right? Well, love is the expansive force for consciousness that opens our minds to the truth and awareness. So what do we gain as a result of accepting or existing in the vibratory energy called love? We gain knowledge, which is the acceptance of truth. Since love opens us up to truth, knowledge is its reception. It is the receiving of truth. We come to know, okay? So that's how it starts. I call this the initiating expression. Now, of course, there's a negative initiating expression if we are existing in the vibratory dynamic of fear. That would be the opposite of knowledge. What is it? Ignorance. Right. And now, this is what I put forward as knowledge. This is my imagery for knowledge. Okay? That's a being who knows themselves. You know, and as the mystery traditions of Greece put forward at the Delphic Oracle, know the self and you will know the universe. In other words, know the microcosm and you will know the macrocosm. Know thyself. The positive aspect of this initiating expression is knowledge or the acceptance of truth. Knowledge positively influences the quality of our lives because it positively influences our decision-making processes that lead to understanding in every area of our lives. You want to know how something works and ultimately create something good? You have to have knowledge. You want to know how a car works? Keep it running in good order, you have to have knowledge. You want to know how a computer works? Keep it running in good order, you have to have knowledge. You want to know how the human psyche works and keep it running in good order so that conditions on earth manifest the way you want them to manifest? You got to have knowledge. Not getting out of this condition without learning. Learning is the key, it's the answer. Knowledge is
and it's half the battle.
And people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear it. They want to think we're magically going to manifest the desired conditions that we say we want without learning a thing. It doesn't work that way. So again, the negative initiating expression is ignorance. Ignorance is the refusal of truth. It is the refusal to gain knowledge. Okay? Because we are in fear. So here's what I put as the image for ignorance. You know, the population that is hypnotized, that wants to keep paying attention to nonsense and trivialities, feed themselves tons of GMO food that is crap for the physiology, you know.
Citation needed.
Distraction, entertainment, mainstream news and media, you know. It's all there to just shut the consciousness down and keep people in a depressed psychological state and keep them in a state of psychological infancy. The negative aspect of the initiating expression of natural law is ignorance, or the refusal of truth. Ignorance negatively influences the quality of our lives because it negatively influences these decision-making processes that lead to understanding in every area of our lives. If you're ignorant about how anything works, you can't create the desired condition. It's just not possible. It's important to remember, again, that ignorance should be distinguished from nescience, which means not knowing because necessary information is not present or was unattainable. Ignorance, on the other hand, means not knowing even though necessary information is present because that information has been willfully refused or disregarded. And again, to keep us in ignorance, they don't need to hide the information anymore because it's not hidden anymore. It's out. And once again, it's available at your fingertips for free. if you have the desire to take it in. But now, the manipulation mechanism that is used is dissuade people from looking at it. Provide endless entertainment, provide endless amusement, provide endless distraction, and say there's nothing to any of that stuff. That's just some old crazy religion that you don't need to understand. It's no different than any other religion, believing that natural law exists. Okay? That's what people will insist on telling you. So people will be dissuaded from ever looking into it, and they'll disregard it of their own choice. Thomas Jefferson said that if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. Freedom and ignorance are antitheses of each other that can never coexist simultaneously. That is an impossibility in natural law. I'm going to put up a couple other quotes on ignorance. Samuel Adams said, "No people will tamely surrender their liberties, nor can any be easily subdued when..."
Well, that already didn't happen. No people will tamely surrender their liberties. Have you seen the TSA, Mr. Adams?
Knowledge is...
I have a real trouble, like anytime anyone starts quoting the founding fathers, it's a good like coin toss whether or not they actually said what they're saying they said. Most of the time I see stuff, especially from a lot of libertarians, I'll quote the founding fathers and you go and dig it up. That's not what they said. Not even close. So I'm trying to find this quote. I cannot find it from the Monticello. So probably didn't say it. Even though I may have disagreed.
That means it's everywhere present. And virtue is preserved, meaning morality. On the contrary, when people are universally ignorant and debauched in their manners, meaning purely selfish and only worried about themselves, they will sink under their own weight without the aid of foreign invaders. That is an accurate quote.
Thanks for the $5. That Moose, he says, I don't need knowledge to get what I want. Cash works too. I want a response, so I use cash. Did you ask me a question?
Well, cash is not real. Cash isn't real.
Okay, I'll take your spook money.
Meaning the society will turn inward on itself and collapse and destroy itself just based on the fact alone that the population is ignorant and they are ensconced in moral relativism and other forms of debauchery and just self-pleasure as their highest virtue, their highest desire. Socrates said that the only good is knowledge and the only evil.
We pausing?
Yeah, I wanted to read this again. Some people are saying that I should have read the whole thing, even though I did. So I'm going to do it because God help me if I get one thing wrong when Passio hasn't gotten one thing right. Well, no, I'm not going to say that. No people will tamely surrender their liberties, nor can any be easily subdued when knowledge is diffused and virtue is preserved. On the contrary, when people are universally ignorant and debauched in their manners, they will sink under their own weight without the aid of foreign invaders. And if so I guess the commenter's argument is that people are all ignorant when they surrender their liberties, and they're invirtuous and they're debauched. I mean, do I really need to present counterexamples of knowledgeable, virtuous people that surrender their liberties peacefully? Is that where we're at, or can you figure that one out? Can you come up with an example of somebody that's not an idiot and that is generally virtuous that also peacefully surrendered their liberties? Come on. Stop trying to gotcha me.
Almost everyone at Reason magazine.
I don't have a cringe meme. I need a cringe meme. Do you have a cringe meme?
Monk of Jesus.
Oh, Monk of Jesus. Oh, there we go. Oh, Reason. Reason, Monk of Jesus. Reason.
Knowledge is diffused. That means it's...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, you don't have to substantiate anything. When did we have to start substantiating things? You should just be able to make assertions. Samuel Adams is wrong.
Oh,
I'll say it to his face. Where is he? What was the commenter? I'll say it to his face.
Yeah, bring him here in front of me. I'll say it to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Checkmate.
Right.
Everywhere present. And virtue is preserved, meaning morality. On the contrary, when people are universally ignorant and debauched in their manners, meaning purely selfish and only worried about themselves, they will sink under their own weight without the aid of foreign invaders, meaning the society will turn inward on itself and collapse and destroy itself just based on the fact alone that the population is ignorant and they are ensconced in moral relativism and...
What's up, JC? Thank you for the $5. He says, even the knowledgeable still surrender their liberties, not out of ignorance, but out of their emotions and biases, or for just not caring very much about their particular liberties. Like if, for example, if they're not into weed, then if that one's getting taken away from them, they just won't care. It doesn't mean they're ignorant or unknowledgeable or unvirtuous. It's just they don't care. That's always an option.
Yeah. I mean, I moved to Texas from one state that had legalized marijuana to one that doesn't have legalized marijuana, and I kind of don't care because I don't smoke weed. So,
yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest differentiators between Texas and like the Free State Project, New Hampshire. Like, if drugs were really important to me, then New Hampshire would look a lot better than it does. Texas is pretty good for me because I don't do a lot of that stuff.
Debauchery and just self-pleasure as their highest virtue, their highest desire. Socrates said that the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. And this is a quote I'd like to be remembered for. Willful ignorance in the presence of knowledge is the measure of a bad person. And people...
Willful.
$20 from Trenton Paul. Dude, thank you. He says, did people pay to see this guy? Was this a paid event? Asking for a friend. Know some people in my state would fall for it. Look, guys, like, I have been careful not to insult Mark Passio. I am attacking his ideas today because that is how I would want people to come at me. If I was putting out nonsense, I want people to attack my ideas. And if they're a little bit impolite in the process, that's part of the philosophy. We're adults here. We have thick skin. We put our ideas out there and people attack them. I am behaving as I would want someone to behave towards me with my philosophy. I'm not going to attack the person. I will not.
People will say that's extremely harsh. That's true. That doesn't make the statement untrue. The statement is true as well. It is a harsh statement. See, people in my family will ask me, why don't you have anything to do with me anymore? I've deliberately cut off many members of my own family. Okay? Because many members of my own family say, I know what's going on and I don't care. I don't intend to do a damn thing about it. I'm worried about me, myself, and mine, and I don't care what's happening in the world. Well, you know what that's called, folks? That's called a bad person. Let's not mince words. Let's not euphemize. Let's call it what it is. That's called a bad person. And I don't want anything to do with bad people in my personal life. I don't hang out with bad people.
Me either.
I try to surround myself with good people who care.
Hell yeah.
Because they're co-creating wisely. Okay? I tell family members who I've cut off association with, because you do not care is what makes you a bad person. I don't want anything to do with you until you start caring about what's going on in the world. Then we could talk again. And I'll welcome you back with open arms and forgive you. But not until. You know, you want to stay in that level of consciousness? I want nothing to do with you. I don't want to be around people like that.
Low frequency bass.
And they do bring other people down. You know?
Bass is low frequency.
I'll still put out the information. It's there anytime. You're
supposed to do the dun-na-na-na-na-na sound effect. I just said something very profound based on word etymology. Based, low frequency, based, bass. Anyway.
I can't find what it is.
It's too late. It's too late.
Time for free if they want to go and engage it.
Well, it takes a
and
while
I
to start
tell them all
anyway.
anytime.
I just... Okay, all right.
Well, we're talking about bass here then. Oh God,
that was very loud. You gotta fucking compress your soundboard, dude.
Nope.
Jesus.
You want to ask me and come over and engage directly with me, I'll make the time for you. But until you want to do that, until you develop that desire, I don't want to be in your presence. Okay? So maybe, I don't know if that's going to be effective. I don't know. And guess what? I don't care whether it's going to be effective, because I'm not going to surround myself with bad people until they decide I want to make myself a better person. Then I'll engage them and speak the truth to them. But until then, I'll put this out there for all for free, and they can engage it anytime they want. You know, but in my personal life, I can't make time for that. I don't have energy for that. I barely have energy for this. An anonymous quote, I believe this was from some internet forum. I don't know what the gentleman's name was, but it was a great quote. Ignorance is the root cause of all evil. And since only knowledge eradicates ignorance, it is our duty and moral obligation, there's that term, to educate ourselves as well as the masses around us. That's a moral obligation if you're in a position of knowledge.
Prove it.
And once again, that's why I do what I do.
That's called an, yeah, that's an assertion. Prove it. Prove something.
Barb will tell you how much I like people. I don't do it to make friends. I don't do it to make money. I do it because it's a moral obligation and for no other reason. I don't serve people. I serve truth. Truth is the force which I serve. And I bend the knee to
come debate us.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, so wouldn't you have a moral obligation to debate then?
A few quotes on ignorance. Let's look at the next expression. The internal expression is
do
what
I have a
happens
moral
inside
obligation?
of us.
Do I have
Very
a moral
simply.
duty
So now,
to educate myself on every topic? Do I have a moral obligation to not only learn that stuff, but like pass it on? Do I need to do it to people who are like, oh, I don't care. I'm just trying to work my 9 to 5 and feed my kids. Like, no, you have to know how the Federal Reserve is evil. Do I have to learn all the ebbs and flows of how the Federal Reserve works in order to do it? I mean, I do, but do I need to do that morally? Do I have a moral obligation to do that? It'd be nice if he presented an argument that says, yeah, I have to, but I have not heard that yet. So,
well, he did say that if you have the knowledge, then you have a moral obligation to teach it to others. So.
Okay.
Dope argument, bro.
That Moose donated 5. Thank you for the 5. He says Patrick Smith is a squirrel and Jim Jesus is a beaver and Christine. I'm gonna go
Christine now.
Christian is a hobbit.
Trans representation.
In creating the polarity, something has happened in the world, either acceptance of truth or...
Hey, if you super chat me, you get a free insult from Sean. That's the new deal we're offering.
The refusal of truth. Now something's going to take place inside of us.
One free insult with a super chat.
This level is that knowledge level, right? This is the base consciousness level. You could look at, that's the foundation. Remember that 4-block diagram, right? You could look at this. Here's the foundation. This is the foundation that lies underneath the trivium, right?
Don't yawn, it's contagious.
That's as deep as it gets. Consciousness or unconsciousness, love or fear. That's what everything is a choice about, between, right? Now here's that first block. Knowledge or lack thereof. Knowledge or ignorance, right? And you can see these polarities are like that concept of, the polarity aspect of the natural law principles, okay? There's one thing that's real, and then this is the illusion, okay? These are two aspects of the same thing. This is consciousness, and this is its lack. This is acceptance of truth, and this is the lack of that, okay? So it's the same thing, but opposite in degree, which is why they're the same expression. Now, what happened after knowledge or lack thereof? We went up to understanding, right? So that's what this level is. Understanding happens internally, right? It's an internal process, all right? So the positive aspect of the internal expression is when we come to understand through developing the knowledge and the acceptance of truth that we are sovereign. Sovereignty is the expression, the internal positive expression of natural law. Now, again, underneath these, in parentheses, I always put what I call these things, another name that I've given to these things, these concepts. I call sovereignty internal monarchy. Internal monarchy. Now, monarchy means one ruler. Mon means one. is a prefix for one, and archon in Greek means ruler or master. So internally, we each need to master and rule ourselves. This is our kingdom that we get to rule and nowhere else. We don't get to rule over anybody else. Many people think they're the rulers of other people, but they're wrong. Each of us is a sovereign being. Sovereignty, as we're going to see, means that you're not owned by anyone else. No one else owns you if you're sovereign. Okay? So here's my expression, my visualization for sovereignty. Okay? Somebody who truly has the light. They have the light at their disposal. They're bathed in it. It's flowing within them. Okay? And light has always been associated in different mystery traditions as knowledge. It's been a symbol that has represented knowledge. This is the person who has the knowledge and has gone through the decision making and filtering processes with that knowledge to come to an internal understanding that they are a sovereign being. And I have news for everybody, whether you know it or not, whether you are familiar with the term or not, every person here is a sovereign, and you can never not be. It is an impossibility for you ever to be non-sovereign. It cannot be done. Cannot be done in nature. Okay? Every single human being on this planet is a sovereign being. And we're going to look at what a sovereignty actually means. The positive aspect of the internal expression is sovereignty, or what I call internal monarchy, meaning one ruler within. Internal monarchy, one ruler within. As a state of consciousness, sovereignty means that one has unified the three aspects of their consciousness, such that there is no internal contradiction between one's thoughts, emotions, and actions. We become a being that as we think, so we feel, so we speak and act. And there's no contradiction between those. We're not torn apart from within in this state of internal opposition amongst our own consciousness. Okay? Moreover, let's break the word sovereign down. That's where we're going to come to the real meaning of the term. Sovereign is derived from the Latin adverb super. Super means above. See, in classical Latin, there's no V in classical Latin, right? There was no V character. Actually, if you wrote a V like that, it was a U, okay? And why a double U looks the way that it is. It's two V's, actually. But that sound was U in Latin, if you see a V. There's no V sound in classical Latin. It doesn't exist phonetically, all right? So this phonetic variation that we express as V or V in English, in Latin was P or B. It was represented by a P or a B. So what we're really seeing here is suver, okay? But it was pronounced in Latin super, like super. Well, what does super mean? Super, you're beyond, you're above and beyond, okay? It means above or beyond, that's what it means. A superman is one who's beyond an ordinary man, right? The Latin noun regnum comprises the second part of the etymological root of this word. Regnum, it comes from rex regis in Latin, or regis. It means king. So regnum was the king's rulership. Regnum means his reign. It's where the word reign comes from in English, regnum. In Latin, it means
regnum,
rulership
damn near killed him.
Externally imposed control. Okay? Not control in the context, I'm going to control my emotions, I'm going to control my behavior. No. It means I'm going to control you externally by imposing my will over your will through coercion. That's the context of rulership or control that I'm talking about here. So put them together. Super regnum, sovereign, means above or beyond externally imposed rulership or control by another. That's what it means.
Sounds good. Yep, I agree with that definition. Cool. Free Market Gober, thanks for the $10. He says, natural law is as logically sound as global warming. Much love from the oil patch. Oh, are you out there right now? Holy crap. Also, the explanation of super has me wanting to join the 22 a day. I don't know what that means.
Sovereign means not a subject to another being, like a king, like one who considers himself a king. And it means not a slave to someone who considers themselves your master. That's all sovereign means, folks. Not a slave. Cool. Why I say every single person here is a sovereign is because there is no such thing, never has been any such thing, and never will be any such thing as legitimacy to slavery. That has never existed, does not exist now, and never will exist.
Hell yeah.
Slavery is an illegitimate concept. None of us are slaves. The condition of slavery has been imposed upon people, but it has never in history been legitimate, and it never will in history be legitimate. So there is no legitimacy to the concept of slavery, of the rightful rulership of another being through directly imposing your control through coercion. Doesn't exist. That's a big part of what natural law is about. We have to understand
so
when
I
we're
agree
saying
with
this
them that
word.
slavery
This
is awful and terrible
meant.
and bad and wrong and racist and et cetera, et cetera. It's all true. However, I don't think he's established this. Throughout this whole entire thing, he has not established like why he believes the things that he believes in order to get to the position that slavery exists. Rather, it almost seems like he's working backwards. Slavery is bad, rape is bad, murder is wrong, all this other stuff. So let me try to find a way to justify it. And he's not actually providing any reasons for why he believes that. He's just saying that, like, according to this thing that I just threw together real quick, that I'm not going to substantiate any of the claims that are based in it. Therefore, slavery is wrong. Well, you need to do the legwork to prove all the things that you are leading up to this. Like, you can say we could say whatever we want about like Rothbard or Rand or all these other natural legislators, so to speak, of coming to the conclusion using their ethical formula to say slavery is bad, but at least they did the legwork. They tried to. Now, there's problems with a lot of them, right? I agree with the conclusion of it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that his steps to prove that slavery is wrong is incorrect or is correct.
There were no steps.
There was no steps. It was just like, here's some stuff. Here's what I believe. I don't have any evidence to back up any of this stuff. Therefore, slavery is bad. Okay, slavery is bad, but that doesn't mean that any of your steps before that were true.
Yeah, and you got me there. I was applauding the conclusion that I agreed with, but you're right. There were assertion, you're all sovereign. No evidence. None of you are slaves. Assertion, no evidence. Slavery is wrong. Assertion,
I agree.
No evidence. I mean, yeah, I agree, but teach us.
Prove it.
Why? Yeah.
Why is that the case?
Yeah.
By sovereign, not a slave. Okay, we did a study where we asked people, are you a sovereign? Like 11% said yes. Maybe. I think it was 10 or 11%. Which I thought was almost encouraging, that 1 in 10 people knew that they were sovereign beings. It was amazing. But 90% of the human population doesn't feel that they're sovereign, doesn't know that they're sovereign. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter an iota whether you believe you are or not. I'm telling you it's an eternal truth that you are a sovereign and can never be non-sovereign. There is no such thing as someone else's legitimate rulership or ownership of you. Because there's no such thing to the legitimacy of slavery, and there never has been, and there never will be. So everyone is a sovereign. A sovereign is a monarch. Again,
I agree, but prove it.
And archon means ruler.
I agree, prove it.
When people ask me, what kind of government do you want? I tell them I want anarchy, and I want monarchy. And they're like, how could you have those things simultaneously? Because
by redefining monarchy.
Internal monarchy, you can have external anarchy. See, we need to have the rulership within.
That's internal
and we
monarchy.
need to get rid of the rulership without. This is the kingdom we need to master, and we need to set aside the concept of mastery and slavery in the external domain, in the physical world. Sovereignty, a sovereign is a monarch, which means a single ruler who rules only the kingdom of self. Sovereignty is a state in which one controls one's own thoughts, emotions, and actions, and by bringing them into unity or non-contradiction or non-duality, attains mastery over one's own consciousness. Sovereignty could be considered the equivalent of true self-control, true self-mastery, true self-love, or true self-ownership. It's all of these things. And ultimately, it means not a slave. That's what has to be remembered above all else. Let's look at the negative internal expression for natural law, which is confusion.
He made an argument that we probably need to address. I missed it because I've just been so zoned out now.
Oh, okay.
By just non-arguments this whole entire way. So what did we miss?
Sovereignty, a sovereign is a monarch, which means a single ruler who rules only the kingdom of self. Sovereignty is a state in which one controls one's own thoughts, emotions, and actions, and by bringing them into unity or non-contradiction or non-duality, attains mastery over one's own consciousness. Sovereignty could be considered the equivalent of true self-control, true self-mastery, true self-love, or true self-ownership. It's all of these things. And ultimately, it means not a slave. That's what has to be remembered above all else. Let's look at the negative internal expression for natural law, which is confusion. Now, confusion results when we are in ignorance. That's the emotional
agreeing with something is
dynamic,
not proof, Aaron.
the feeling that takes...
What'd you say?
I just said agreeing is not proof. I can agree with something that doesn't have proof that someone is saying that they're not proving. He's supposed to be proving his ethical theory, and he's not doing it. He's just saying things towards the end I agree with. Not maybe at the very beginning where he's talking about all the woo stuff. It's not. I don't see where the problem is with that.
I agree slavery is wrong based on my own philosophy and my own moral framework that I've talked about at length on this channel. So I agree with his conclusions. And I said that in the beginning. Like we mostly agree with Mark Passio's conclusions. It's this video, this stream is about the philosophy of how to fundamentally build ourselves up to those conclusions, because we disagree there.
We know exactly why we agree with those conclusions. Evidently he doesn't. And he's the one making the video that's supposed to explain this stuff to us, and he's not. He's just making assertions.
That's a good point. Like if I was explaining my philosophy, first of all, it would take 30 minutes or less. Second, and I've done it before multiple times. And second of all, it would be from the fundamentals, from first principles up.
Place within the individual. This is the lack of understanding. Confusion only happens in a lack of understanding. When we have not taken in knowledge, because we are afraid, we are in fear, okay? Ignorance results, and then confusion happens internally. So look, this is remember, here's the essence, that's the foundation. This is that first stage, that first building block that we called knowledge or lack thereof, okay? This is the second building block that we called understanding or lack thereof. This is true understanding, when truth has been taken in and accepted. And this is the lack of understanding. Now, in that state of lack of understanding, we're confused. So there's no rulership within. Inside of us, there's anarchy, which means the absence of ruler, not the absence of rules, which I'm going to get into later. Anarchy means there's no ruler, no master. So if there's no master inwardly, we have a big problem, because that means there's no self-mastery, there's no self-control, there's no self-discipline, and ultimately, there's no self-love. And that results in an understanding that we don't truly own ourselves. It would result in the absence of self-ownership, which is what we're experiencing as a species. That other people believe they own other people. This is what I found as a picture representing confusion. Someone who doesn't know themselves. Doesn't know themselves, completely attached to a ego identity. They're whole mind is all wrapped up. I believe I'm this businessman. I believe I'm this banker. I believe I'm this lawyer. I believe I'm this doctor. And that's my identity. And if something goes wrong with that, there goes my identity. There's who I am down the drain. You know? So this negative aspect of the internal expression of natural law is confusion, or what I call internal anarchy, meaning no ruler within. Confusion is the state of mind in which the being is ruled by fear and ignorance. Confusion could be seen as internal opposition within one's own consciousness. In other words, being torn apart from within in such a way that one's own thoughts, emotions, and actions are in perpetual contradiction with each other. A thought, emotion, and action are not in alignment. As we think is not how we truly feel and is not how we act. There's total contradiction and separation. No unity amongst those three aspects of consciousness. That's confusion. The fourth expression of natural law is what happens externally.
Okay. All right. We're going to take 5 here. We have a bio break, food break happening. Sound good, guys? That sound good? Are we good?
That works for me.
All right.
I'm going to go let the dogs out and warm up some food.
We'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. All right. A mere 7 hours, 20 minutes in. How you guys doing? Honestly, I'm genuinely surprised we've had this many viewers. You guys are amazing. If I have an audience this interested in talking through philosophical stuff for this amount of time, I am blessed. Hashtag blessed.
Can I play a song until he gets back?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Don't get me copyright struck, though.
Jimmy Turner, my name is Dust. Give a down, give a down,
Turn it down.
I don't think I can.
I have your call compressed too, so it's like extra boosted on my end.
To prove I'm a real Texan now.
Oh, snap.
HEB brand Topo Chico. Yeah, that's his new line, is that we're just that I'm doing this for money. How much am I getting paid for all these super chats? I think last I checked,
you ain't getting shit, bitch.
$0, yeah. So, oof.
What have I made? Like $80, guys? Please,
something like that.
You think I'm needing $80? You think that's enough money to make me? You think $80? Hold on. Now that I've connected these dots. You think that I value $80 more than what I'm going through right now?
Streaming for 9 hours, 10 hours, whatever it's going to be.
Oh, wow.
Jesus Christ. I'm making more on my lunch break.
Oh, wow. All right, hit me that song again until Christian gets back.
More.
Yeah, or actually, yeah, okay.
Jimmy Turner, my name is Dust. Give a down, give a dust, give a down, give a down, give a dip,
Damn it! Damn it! Hold on, Jim. Hold on, Jim. Mute it. Hold on. Tally Tale. I almost wish you hadn't have done that, because now they can say that I'm making decent money on this stream.
Now you can afford to go to the concession stand.
Now I can have a steak dinner.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
For the record,
Popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks.
Still not worth it.
The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all
Sorry about that, guys. I just got some news that I'm trying to be fucked out of more of my money by the government. So.
Let's all go to the lobby.
Thank you, Tally Tail. That's awesome of you. Appreciate you.
By the way, after
What a day.
It's a cut of that. Yeah, it's still it's even more not worth it.
Yeah, I should probably spread it around now that it's hit 3 figures.
3 figures.
Burned it.
All in.
I'm gonna get the gold grill next. Get some real philosophy. All right.
I forgive me. I promised I wasn't going to start drinking until the 3rd act, but I need a beer, so.
I'm going with
I
cookies.
should probably enjoy me some more Rittenhouse rye.
Whoa, 1 sec.
That's funny.
So did he get some Rittenhouse too?
Okay. Well, in the interest of time, I'm going to click play again.
You mean this Rittenhouse rye?
Oh, snap, my boy.
Am I the only one that doesn't have that? What?
Yeah, I guess so.
Jeez.
We're not touching this until we're done, like we're wrapping up. That's my, because this'll ruin me. I know my limits.
I just sip whiskey. I sip whiskey for flavor, not for effect. But right now I'm using it for effect because look what we're watching.
You mean this quality content? Because we're being very respectful.
Guys, y'all are awesome.
No,
all right, we're going to be here till tomorrow if I don't click play, though.
I was talking about chat, not the video.
In the macrocosm in society, when you have a bunch of people who are in either this dynamic within their own consciousness or a bunch of people who are in this dynamic in their own consciousness.
I just saw Odyssey chat. There's been a guy losing his entire shit, and I didn't even see it until just now. He says,
really?
all caps, people are paying these cucks to get their words on the air.
A state results in the society at large because the society at large is comprised of the aggregate quality of the individuals that comprise that society. All right? So if there's love present and knowledge has been taken in and it's been understood and we understand that we're sovereign and we're expressing self-ownership and self-mastery, what state manifests in society? Freedom. There it is. Freedom can only manifest when those preceding conditions are in place. It cannot magically manifest by any other means. If we say we want to be free, this is the path we have to take. Consciousness, acceptance of truth, and an understanding of our own sovereignty through self-mastery. It can't happen any other way. It's not possible.
Prove it. Just prove it.
So, this is
cool,
what the
cool
picture I
chart,
chose
bro.
for freedom.
Prove it.
This is actually from the cover of probably one of the greatest books I think that's ever been penned by human hands. And I've read a whole lot of books in my life. And for me to say that, it's a high compliment. Okay? I think I'm a pretty good judge of books that can impart some wisdom to people. And I'm telling you, you need to read the book, The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke, if you haven't already read it. This is one of the cover image from that book. Very rare book. To find it physically online, if you find it at a decent price, snatch it up and give it to other people or sell it to other people. Okay, I had a physical copy of this book. I lent it out, took off. Forgot who I lent it to. It happens, right? But this was a rare book. And I think it was only pressed a couple thousand and it was never repressed. So it's a single printing or something like that, never repressed it. Now, you'll find that book for $150, $200 in some places, right? I finally found it at some foreign source online for like 20, 25 bucks and jumped all over it. And I finally have a new physical copy of it. One of the books, along with Larkin Rose's book, The Most Dangerous Superstition, that if I had to tell you destroy every other book on earth, it would be down to these two.
I wouldn't say destroy books.
They're that important.
Shameless plug time. I was honored to do the audiobook performance of Larkin Rose's Most Dangerous Superstition. You can find it on Audible. You can also find it on his website. I am very proud and pleased to have been lucky to perform that book for him. Yeah, go check it out. It's an awesome book.
This is the cover image from that book, with chains being broken that were formerly holding the earth in captivity. I think it's a great image that represents what freedom is about. It's not about my freedom. It's about our freedom. It's about freedom for all beings. And guess what? Our, when I say that in relationship to the earth, doesn't just mean human beings. It means all beings, including the animal kingdom. So the positive aspect of the external expression is freedom, or what I call external anarchy, meaning externally there are no rulers. There is no condition of masters and slaves. Okay? So that's what anarchy actually means, the absence of slavery. That's what it really means. True freedom for all should be seen as the goal of spiritual development. Such a state can only manifest as a result of human society's adherence to natural law. Can only manifest. Not just will manifest. The only way it is possible for it to manifest is if we understand and adhere to natural law. Okay, so that's the positive external expression, what happens in society. Now, there's a negative external expression, and you can call it multiple things. You can call it totalitarianism. You could call it slavery. I term it simply control, externally imposed control. Okay, it doesn't mean, self-control. It means literally someone outside of your own being is trying to control you and own you. So yeah, a good way of looking at it would be slavery as well, because control leads to slavery. Control is what I call external monarchy, meaning there's a ruler from without that believes they do own you and wants to continue to own you as their subject or slave. And this manifests in things like the oncoming police state, which I wouldn't even say is oncoming, I would say it's here. Say we're already living in it. It's not something that's going to happen in the future. It's something that's happening in the present. People talk about it as something they're trying to avoid from happening. What makes people think it's not already happening? The negative aspect of the external expression of natural law is control, what I call external monarchy, one external ruler, the concentration of illusory power, in the hands of institutions like government. Control is the pathway to all forms of evil and destruction. It results when a society lives in direct opposition to natural law. The fifth and final expression for natural law, how it operates in our lives, is what I call the manifestation, or the result that we create. So again, here's the foundation for that little 4-part building, right? Here's the first block, knowledge or lack thereof. Here's the second block, understanding or lack thereof. Here's the third block, wisdom or lack thereof, which is why we're in a society that's completely based in control, because we're drowning
I gotta give him props on the size
a lick of wisdom
of his graphs,
or very, very little, I should say. Certainly not enough to go around. Okay. That's the action stage or the wisdom stage, what happens externally, right? This is that top block. Remember?
Christian, your dog is chewing on something. Warning. Chat has warned you. Aw, you're muted. What'd you say?
He's trying to dig a hole in my bed, is what he's doing.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why, but he decided that the bed just wasn't comfy enough and he needed to go lay down in China. So
his name's Kai?
Kai, yeah, KY.
Oh, he's a puppy. He's super cute. Free market, like thank you for the $5.
Like the hatchet-wielding hitchhiker, Kai? Smash!
No, it's inspired by a video game character because I'm a nerd.
Oh, okay.
Free Market says, there's no free will in determinism. Quantum mechanics allows for randomness, yet we have no control over anything but our will. Natural law isn't real. Thank you for the $5, sir.
It doesn't real.
What'd you say?
It doesn't real.
It doesn't real? It doesn't real good.
Block that sat on top, and we had the
bespoke.
Blue block at the bottom, then the red, then the green, and then the white block. This was the manifestation, the result that we create. Remember what little question I put on the top of that white block? Who can tell me what it was? The manifestation. No, the manifestation was either order or chaos. What do we ultimately create? So the positive manifestation is order, or what we would call all the things we say we want. Manifested goodness, everything being okay, not creating self-inflicted chaos or suffering. This would be, we get what we say we want to get. And there's requirements for that, and here they are. There's the requirements. You got to be in this vibratory energy of consciousness. You have to accept the truth and develop knowledge. You have to have an understanding that you're a sovereign being, and you have to work toward the manifestation of true freedom. Then you'll have all the things you say you want. Manifested goodness and order in your life. And that's the only path to it. I'm telling you, that's the only path to it. Blanket statement. The human mind has a hard time with blanket statements. Has a hard time with always, every. Without exception. The ego doesn't want to hear that. Again, humanity's greatest fear may be that the truth is absolute. I would say an even greater fear it has is that the truth is singular. That there's no such thing as my truth, your truth, his truth, her truth, their truth. There's just the truth. And whether we align our perceptions to it or not. That's humanity's biggest fear. So this is what I viewed order as being like. Okay, we have beings that are actually full of the light. And they're working toward a world that is based in freedom, cooperation, knowledge, sovereignty, no control.
Knowledge.
Okay? It's what I call in some of my former presentations, cooperative spiritual anarchy, which is the natural condition of humanity. The natural, meaning spiritual, natural condition of the human species that has been blocked from manifesting through mind control, indoctrination, fear-based, trauma-based methods.
Public schools,
so that's
banking.
What I call order, the positive manifestation, manifested goodness. It represents everything we say we want, and it only results when there is balance or justice. Justice comes about through adherence to natural law. Justice can only be present when truth has been accepted in our lives and our behavior has been brought into harmony with natural law. Cannot manifest any other way. That's the positive manifestation. The negative manifestation is the opposite of order. Chaos. Chaos is manifested evil. I just put this as, complete disregard for other people, a breakdown. Me first. Knock everybody else down. Get what I want. Don't worry about anybody else being hurt. Don't worry about anybody else's freedom. Don't worry about whether anybody else's rights are being tread all over. Doesn't matter. Let me get mine. Self-preservation is the highest law. Survival is all that matters. Even if I have to step on somebody else to get it, to make that happen. Yeah, it's an animal. That's
my fear that I expressed earlier is really coming true.
That's not a human being. That's an animal. That's how animals in the animal kingdom behave.
I think we're going to get to the end of this and
again,
have had nothing to critique.
Doesn't work the same way for animals as it does for human beings because they do not have the same capacity for consciousness that a human being has. So let's not start saying that's the natural order. No, it is not. It's the exact antithesis of the natural order. The natural order is just that. Order. It's in the word. It's in the phrase. Natural order. What people are describing as the natural order through this utter nonsense concept called social Darwinism is, as I've called it before, psychopathic chaos. And break down that word. Psychopathology means an illness of the mind. Psychopathy is mental illness. Psyche in Greek means the mind.
Oh, here we go.
Okay?
Gosh,
and pathology is an illness, sickness.
Etymology.
Psychopaths are mentally ill. And they don't create anything resembling order. All they can create is chaos, which is why they want us to mimic their mindset, because they're just bent on hell and destruction to manifest, and they have to have our complicity and cooperation to make that dynamic happen. Our energy has to be given over to them by our mindset being made like theirs. Otherwise, their worldview can't come into manifestation, which is one of chaos and disorder. The negative manifestation, chaos, or manifested evil, is the exact opposite of what we say we want. Chaos results when there is imbalance and injustice, which results whenever there is ignorance of truth and behavior which is in direct opposition to natural law. So that's our chart, and one last thing I want to say about it is that the manifestations or the expressions of natural law are what I would call, they're unilateral. They don't cross into each other, okay? There's no such thing as, well, I've accepted the truth.
I'd buy that shirt. So if you don't make it, let me know and I'll put it in my store. I want that shirt.
What shirt? What did we miss?
Christian's quote.
Oh.
give it to us again.
What did I say? It's not about the rebuttals. What was the word that I used there?
I think it's not about the art.
It's not about the critiques.
I said it's not about the. I think it should be changed to arguments. So it's not about the arguments. It's about the assertions we made along the way.
Like a sunset in the background, really romantic.
I've developed knowledge, so now I'm in a state of confusion. It doesn't work like that. Okay? You can't go from ignorance to sovereignty, to the understanding that you're sovereign. You cannot cross the area of these charts. Once you're here, you can only go here. In order to get here, you got to come from here. In order to get here, you got to come from here, 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 and here. You don't get there from any of these. You don't get here from anything in this column. You don't get here from anything in this column. Okay?
I feel like that could be a meme if it was clipped out.
These expressions are
here.
Okay? No, they cannot be skipped either. Good question.
No, idiot. Who is that idiot in the audience that keeps piping up?
Column of expression. So you can only get to order through freedom, which comes about through the understanding that we are sovereign, which comes about through taking in knowledge of truth, and which comes about through staying in a vibratory energy of love or higher consciousness. The openness to truth. That's it. Same thing here. We can only create chaos when our society is bent on control, okay? Because we are confused beings that don't understand our sovereignty and think other people can legitimately own us or rule us. And that comes from a place of ignorance or refusal of the truth, which is based in fear. Can only manifest that way. Blanket statement, too. And I will not retract on that blanket statement because this has nothing to do with what I think or feel or my beliefs. This is how laws operate in creation. Not a belief system, not a religion, has absolutely nothing to do. I did not develop this. I came to an understanding of it by seeking truth. I'm telling you, this is not my information, never has been my information, never will be my information. There's no copyright on it. I don't claim it. It's eternal truths that have existed forever and will exist forever, whether human beings are here or not. Take it and share it freely and widely to anybody that's capable of comprehending it, because it's the only way we're going to get out of this mess. Okay? Those are the expressions of natural law. Now, when I say living in harmony with natural law or living in opposition to natural law, what do I really mean? Well, what this has to do with is knowledge. And we're going to keep going back to this trend. This thread is not going away. Okay? And guess what? Every time I teach any of this stuff, whenever there's the New Age community around or present, okay, and you'll encounter them from time to time, they'll insist, they'll even see it's like you can tell knowledge is becoming a bad word to these people. No. When you say K-N-O-W, no, it's almost like they immediately have an avulsion, extreme negative reaction, and it is fear. But it's mind control, moreover, because they are being fed this poisonous untruth that there's not really any such thing as knowledge, and that knowledge is not the way out of this prison. And I'm telling you, it goes hand in hand with religious traditions, because they want you to externalize your power, externalize everything. And I'm not telling you, I'm not saying don't have a model for behavior. And okay, this person, Buddha patterned it. You want to pattern your behavior on the Buddha's life? Great. Live the great life. You want to pattern your behavior on the life of Christ? Whatever. And again, I'm not getting into this discussion here today about the actual historicity of the man Jesus, regardless of what you believe regarding that. I understand I could write books on astrotheology. Okay? I understand that being may never have existed in the way a lot of people believe he did. So what?
Jim, thanks for the
$2. Gautama existed in the form.
Jim says, "Oh,
that's an allegory. Who cares?"
Astrotheology, man.
Understand that
all the religions are all the same, man.
Humanity, and then apply them in your life. Live by that ethic, that code, and great. Okay, and have whatever religious notion you want. Okay, what I'm saying is, what this religion called the New Age movement, and what many official, organized, regional religions, okay, do, is they try to take the emphasis off knowledge. Because again, if you're not seeking truth and trying to develop knowledge, that's how this information remains occult. And that's how the control system stays in place. They want you to externalize your power to a deity or a guru. Once you do that, you're accepting your chains. You're saying, I have no power. Let me tell you something, folks. I'm not powerless. I am full of power. Why? Because I have knowledge of how things actually work. Nobody can tell me that I'm owned by somebody else and can get me to believe it, because I have understanding of my sovereignty. If they can take that away from you by getting you to de-emphasize the importance of knowledge, of self-knowledge, they own you. That's when you're owned at that point. Okay?
Capital
Knowledge is the way out of this. Knowledge, understanding, and then converting that to true wisdom through actions. Not believing in something. Not accepting everything, not waiting on somebody to come down and save you, whether it be Zoroaster or the aliens from Zeta Reticuli or Ashtar Command or Jesus Christ. Okay? You keep waiting on an external savior, you're going to be waiting in your chains forever. The knowledge of truth is what the Christ figure himself proclaimed would be the pathway to true freedom. Now, whether you put any emphasis on even exoteric Christianity, I'm telling you, that's the core of all the mystery traditions, is that until you take in the light, you'll never dispel the darkness. And the light is knowledge of truth. That's what it has always been symbolized as and represented as. Okay? Knowledge is the answer. And here's what the biggest piece of knowledge that comprises natural law needs to be understood. There is a difference. It is a 100% completely polarized antithesis. These are diametric opposites that exist in nature.
Right versus wrong exist in nature is the statement he just made.
Do not exist as constructs within the human mind.
Right versus wrong do not exist as constructs within the human mind. These are important enough, I'm going to write them down. because I think we're going to finally get to some good disagreement here.
It is a 100% completely polarized antithesis. These are diametric opposites that exist in nature. These concepts, right and wrong, do not exist.
Diametrically opposed.
As constructs within the human mind. Anybody who believes that is thrown completely off the path. They are engaged in Satanism. Let me just say it just openly right out in a way that is completely unambiguous. If you believe there's no real difference between these things and that they do not exist in nature, you are accepting Satanism. It's a satanic belief system that comes directly from dark occultism. And once again, you could say whatever you want about believing that or not. I was a priest within this religion. So if you go up to a Jewish rabbi and you would expect he would have some knowledge of the Judaic tradition, would you not? If you went up to a Catholic priest, you would say, well, he has some knowledge of Catholicism and how it expresses the Christian tradition, would you not? If you go up to a Islamic, what do they call them? Right. You know, would you expect that this practitioner of his religion, who's in the priest class of his religion, would have some knowledge of Islam? Well, I'm telling you, I was a priest in Satanism. And I'm telling you, the concept of moral relativism is
you don't believe him?
Satanic belief.
You don't believe him?
You know, I'm going to contact Kevin Slaughter and be like, hey, was this guy ever a member or a priest? He would know, because we would have been around at the same time. He's still around too.
What makes you think he's not?
Because he seems to not know anything about. He doesn't seem to know any. Like he says, like what the first key tenet of Satanism is survival, and it's not.
Okay.
It's just not. And we went through all the satanic sins statements. Not there.
None of them say survival.
At least not of the first ones.
It is satanic ideology. It's one of it's their second tenet. They have 4 pillars. The 4 pillars of Satanism are.
Are you familiar with 4 pillars?
No.
So he might be in a different Satanism then.
Self-preservation is the highest aspiration, and nothing comes above it. The second tenet is there is no such thing as the objective difference between right and wrong. Right is what's good for me, wrong is what's bad for me, personally. And that's it. And I get to make that up based on my likes, preferences, and whims.
Shepard in with a $25 donation. Thank you, Shepard. He says, thank you for sifting through this stuff. You are welcome, sir. Good to see you.
Okay. The third tenet is social Darwinism, which is an extension of macrobiological Darwinian theory. Okay. Social Darwinism, an oligarchy or a ruling class gets to direct the herd because we know better. And it's just our right to do so because our intellect makes us superior. And the fourth,
so the only thing that I'm finding when I'm looking up 4 tenets or 4 main tenets of Satanism is all things linking back to Mark Passio, excuse me. All of them.
Interesting.
I'm not seeing anything from the Church of Satan or like Temple of Set or anything, not even like the Satanic Temple, which are fake Satanists. I'm not seeing anything in that regard. It's just all linking back to Mark Passio. And people citing Mark Passio as the
Passio.
4 main tenet. Passio.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm pressing X it out.
The most clear-cut, cogent line in the sand he's drawn in 8 hours of us streaming was the statement, right versus wrong are diametrically opposed and do not exist as constructs in the human mind. That is the clearest line in the sand he's drawn. That's something that we can actually engage and criticize. But we don't have to, because the burden of proof is on him making that statement. He should prove that.
Pillar is eugenics. Since we are ultimately God, since we decide what's real and what's not real, and we give
Tally says he claims he was appointed by Anton LaVey.
That perception to the rest of the herd,
this guy?
and we get to decide what's right and wrong.
Yeah.
Well, we're God here. And therefore, we get to decide who lives and who dies. That's the 4 pillars of Satanism. And you know how many people believe that nonsense? A whole lot. Way more than people in the priest class of this religion, because they are propagating these tenets everywhere in human society. So many people are Satanists and do not even know that they are Satanists. It is a secret, infectious ideology. And I'll tell you a personal anecdote real quick. And I'll tell you who it is now, because I don't care anymore.
Take all the time you need.
My own grandmother. All right? Let's make it personal. All right? Okay? And I hope she sees it. My own grandmother, I believe was in her late 70s or maybe early 80s at the time. Okay? I think she's in her mid 80s now. And I don't speak to her anymore. I took a printed sheet of paper that I printed out of my printer, printed it out of a laser printer, and I put a little piece of white tape. I taped a piece of white paper over the heading, the title of the document. And I asked her to read this. It had 4 paragraphs, right? And the paragraphs described each of the tenets of Satanism, very briefly. Self-preservation is the highest law, etc., etc. Moral relativism is what we believe in. Social Darwinism is what we believe in. And we believe in eugenics. Okay?
The only thing you got right was social Darwinism.
Well, I pretty much agree with everything that's written there. And I said, you do? And she said, yeah, that's how I think. I don't see anything really wrong with it or bad with it. I said, okay. I said, peel that little strip of paper off that I've taped to the top. I want you to see what the document's called. And on top, it said, the tenets of modern Satanism. And you know what her response was? Well, then I guess that makes me a Satanist, doesn't it? Not horrified.
Based.
Not,
Based.
oh my God, what is my belief system? What do I believe in? No. Well,
based?
Guess that makes
based? Hello?
Your argument shouldn't change. I know. It means her arguments aren't going to change based on feelings about what Satanism is or isn't. It's like, what did you expect her to do? Like, you tell her it's something that has bad feelings attached, and she's like, oh, well, I must change my mind.
Be a Satanist, doesn't it?
That Moose, $5. Thank you, sir. He has taken all the time, at least 7+ hours of it. Yeah,
as if it was just no big thing. And you know what? You know how many people were in that mindset? Hundreds.
That Moose says, yo, I asked my 89-year-old grandma how her day was, not read freaking documents.
Of millions, if not billions. And don't even understand what it is. Because they think Satanism is something that it is not. They don't understand what the ideology of Satanism is. They think you have to be associated with the trappings of Satanism. Okay? That you have to dress like, as if there's
Grandma,
such a
do you
thing
agree
as
with this?
dressing like a Satanist.
You do.
Or you have to have certain things on your walls in your house or in your garage if you're a Satanist. Well, let me tell you something. Satanists are the owners of banks. They own hospitals. They own schools. Okay? Yeah. Certainly that university right across the road. And many people ascribe to this religion in their thoughts, emotions, and actions, and do not even understand it because they don't even understand what that belief system is about. They don't understand what that ideology is. They don't know its tenets. So, again, going back to this, if you don't know that there is an objective, meaning in nature difference.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay? Between right and wrong. That is a satanic belief system. Morality, it's not right versus left. It's about right versus wrong. This whole left-right paradigm. That people are, oh, you fall in with the left, with the Democrats, or the right, the Republicans. Has nothing to do with any of that. It's a false paradigm. The thing that all of that's a distraction for not getting you to pay attention to and understand is the difference, the real, true, and objective difference between right and wrong. And we're going to explore what that is, because it can be known. It can be known, and most people will be shocked and horrified to understand the real differences between right and wrong, because they'll have to look into themselves and recognize in many ways that they are cooperating with wrong, and that they don't really truly know the difference between right and wrong. When you tell people this, I'm telling you, I told this to somebody in a bar once, which was a big mistake of even trying to bring up this discussion in that environment. But occasionally I even, make asinine mistakes like that and think I'm going to be talking to even a semi-conscious being when you're talking to a block. Okay? So I said, you understand what actual morality is true common sense. We're going to look at that term, common sense, and explore what it really means.
Ooh, actual morality is common sense.
If I think
write that
there's
down.
No really objective right and wrong, that I don't have common sense. And I said, yes, that's what it... No, I said, that's not what...
Yeah, I'm going to timestamp that one here because that's a doozy. That is at 8 hours. Good Lord. 1 minute, 0 seconds. Whew.
I think I'm trying to explain to you that's what it means by definition, not by what I think. The definition of common sense is to truly know the difference between right and wrong. And I said, because I say that you are not fully in that state of awareness, don't even take it personally, because billions of people on the earth are in that same state of awareness. You're not special, and it's not a personal attack against you. And I thought this person was going to throw a glass at me. I literally got so enraged because she's associating the concept of common sense with that you are functional and can adequately perform the daily activities of living. And that's not what I'm talking about as common sense, okay? Having common sense about, I can prepare